welcome witnesses and members to meeting number 25, panel 1 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24, the committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. In order to facilitate the work of our interpreters and ensure an orderly meeting, I'd like to outline just a couple of rules as follows. 1, in order to avoid both languages being heard at the same time, it is asked that members recourse to the English channel when speaking in English and the French channel when speaking in French, and to avoid switching from one language to the other during the intervention. The floor feed could be activated when listening to the meeting. The use of the headset with the boom microphone is highly recommended. And beyond that, speak slowly and clearly if you can. I'd like now to welcome our witnesses, and we'll start. I'd ask witnesses if they could. Thank you again for coming. Try and hold your remarks to about 5 minutes if you can. That way we have plenty of time for questioning. We have 7 witnesses today. So we'll start with BILD, Alberta Association, Scott Fash, Executive Director. Mr. Fash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, my name is Scott Fash. I'm the Executive Director of the Building Industry and Land Development Association of Alberta. So on behalf of Build Alberta, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the impacts of COVID-19 on the construction sector in Alberta. So we represent about 1,700 member companies in the residential construction and land development industry. And for clarity, we're the Alberta provincial arm of the Canadian Home Builders Association, which I'm sure you're familiar with at the national level. I think at Build Alberta, much like yourselves, we've largely been focused on public safety, preserving jobs, and helping businesses weather this crisis. Prior to COVID-19, the industry within Alberta supported about 118,000 jobs, paid $8 billion in wages, and generated $17.7 billion in investment value annually. Through significant collaboration between the Government of Alberta, municipalities, and our industry, we have established modified practices and procedures that have allowed construction to continue. With that said, the industry has still been significantly harmed in both the new construction and renovation sectors through canceled contracts and sales, extremely slow or non-existent sales, and indefinitely delayed project closings. So this has created a situation where cash flows have stopped or deteriorated rather quickly, resulting in rather significant layoffs. Even as the pandemic starts to subside, we anticipate that the impact of the loss of sales and secured contracts will severely affect cash flow for the coming months and potentially years. The scale is not yet known in totality, obviously, but anecdotally, our member companies are indicating they've laid off between 30 and 50% of their staff to date. The timing of if or when these people will be brought back is largely going to depend on the timing of the recovery, which we can't really control, incentives brought forward, and consumer confidence, and then obviously the overall employment levels within the province of Alberta. We've yet to see any significant dips in housing starts, but that's just largely due to the lagging nature of the statistics within our industry. But we know from our members that their sales have declined rather severely, and we anticipate seeing some rather significant reductions in housing starts on the latter half of this construction season. Most of the companies I've talked to are focused predominantly on just fixing the projects that they'd either already started or already put a significant amount of investment into, with most putting any future projects kind of on hold indefinitely. And that raises, I think, a lot of concerns about kind of the health of the industry and its over 100,000 employees moving forward. We do want to commend the federal government and all elected officials for the speed at which you brought in emergency relief and the credit programming you brought forward. The approach of implementing tools quickly and then making adjustments along the way was an incredibly prudent decision, and we really appreciate the willingness of the government and, again, all elected members of parliament to adjust the tools as needed as we've moved through this challenging time. Our members in Alberta particularly have been really pleased to see the collaborative work between our national association, CHBA, and the federal government. Some of the adjustments you guys have made initially have indeed helped a lot of our member companies qualify for the wage subsidy that they wouldn't have otherwise. However, the nature of the residential construction industry has still left a number of our member companies struggling and unable to qualify, particularly for the wage subsidy benefit. We know recently CHBA provided some recommendations to the Department of Finance and this Finance Committee to try to address these issues, and we fully support those. And I think in particular, one of the major items was allowing for fairer value of contracts signed to be permitted as either an interpretation or special case when qualifying revenue. That will help a number of companies better quantify and demonstrate a steep decline in the sales that's being experienced currently within their sector. The other item we're really pleased to see, and a lot of members are pleased to see, is the Canadian Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, which I think is going to be an important complement to help address the fixed operating expenses of a lot of these companies. I know it's kind of still in its early days and we're awaiting all the details, but we hope similarly to the other programs, the federal government will work closely with CHBA and other partners to make sure we get as many of these companies as possible. So moving forward, I think as we begin to transition from this crisis response to recovery, we look forward to our continued partnerships with the government of Alberta as our association, and I'm sure that's just as CHBA will collaborate with the federal government. Residential construction has long served as an important economic driver and a source of high quality and high paying jobs for thousands of Albertans and millions of Canadians. At the federal level, we support CHBA's recommendations to date, which include reintroducing a 30-year amortization period for insured mortgages and adjusting the stress test to encourage 7 and 10-year terms. At least in the interim, we would recommend reassessing how or if we apply a GST on new home sales. If we consider the use of it, potentially we could use some of that money collected to focus on infrastructure spending that fuels growth, construction, and employment. We would support an introduction of a home renovation tax credit for all types of renovations to help stimulate investments and support the renovation sector. We would love to see you work with provinces and municipalities to ensure regulation and red tape do not excessively delay new housing supply or add excessive cost while reducing affordability. And finally, I think a really big item will be to work with financial institutions to ensure access to flexible solutions to manage defaults, credit needs, and other financial challenges in the coming months. And I know access to liquidity and banks getting aggressive with the calling in of debt is a huge concern for a number of our member companies in the coming weeks and months. So provincially, we're going to be collaborating with the government of Alberta on some of these items I listed above, but with a real focus on removing regulatory red tape that is adding unnecessary cost and burden to businesses as they try to navigate this tough time. So I thank you once again sincerely for inviting me to speak, and I'm happy to answer questions to the best of my ability when you have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Turning now to the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, Ben Brennan, Vice President, Oil Sands Fiscal and Economic Policy. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How is the sound?
Okay by me.
Good. So thank you, members of the committee, Mr. Chair, for having me here today. Sincerely hope that you and your families are safe and healthy these days. I am the lead on fiscal and economic policy and oil sands at the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, representing the upstream oil and gas industry in Canada. Circumstances beyond our control has created an unprecedented situation for Canadians. The COVID crisis and a global oil price war have combined to hurt our national economy. And Canadians from coast to coast watch as more jobs disappear and businesses close their doors. Canada's oil and natural gas sector has been particularly hard hit. On behalf of CAP and our member companies, we would like to thank the government for the bold actions it has taken to date during this crisis. However, there's an urgent need for additional measures for the oil and gas industry to provide liquidity and preserve jobs across the country, both during the crisis and as we forge a path ahead towards what could be a long and protracted recovery. In January of this year, CAP released its 2020 capital forecast, which showed an increase in spending both in oil sands and conventional, something the industry has not seen since 2014. However, as of April, Canadian producers have cut approximately $7.3 billion in capital expenditures, approximately 30% reduction, and 550 million barrels per day have been shut in. Our industry has lost approximately $150 billion in market value since March. Globally, demand has fallen by nearly 30 million barrels per day, and as much as 20% of the world's oil production needs to be shut in. Canadian storage could reach capacity in a matter of weeks. As it currently stands, an additional 30,000 to 40,000 oil and gas jobs will likely be lost by the end of 2021 if we do nothing, which is equivalent to approximately 15 to 25% reduction in our sector's workforce. Ontario's manufacturing and services sector is a key contributor to Western Canada's oil and gas supply chain. From 2015 to 2017 alone, we saw investment decrease in those businesses by about 45%, from $3.4 billion to $1.9 billion. The number of Ontario businesses supplying the sector fell from about 2,000 down to about 1,500 over that period. The current crisis has and will continue to see these Ontario suppliers feeling much of the downturn in our sector. The federal government's recent announcements for the industry is a welcome start. Funds to support closure and reclamation of orphaned and inactive wells will enable companies to continue to employ Canadians and preserve jobs while strengthening balance sheets. Yet the liquidity crisis looms large as companies fight to stay afloat. Currently, federal liquidity support will assist some smaller companies, but many others are left wondering if additional help will come in time to maintain operations. We estimate the aggregate liquidity needs of our industry to be approximately 27 to 30 billion, and see an opportunity for the government to work collaboratively with our sector to help anchor the Canadian economy through the crisis and lead the economic recovery for the country. To that end, CAP recommends the government provide additional credit to industry with a specific focus on the larger cap firms. The measures announced to date fall short of the broader need for the sector, notably the mid and large cap companies and those that do not utilize reserve-based borrowing. Secondly, we recommend tax reforms to enhance industry cash flow and encourage investment. Unprofitable oil and gas companies have accumulated a significant tax pool balance, and there is an opportunity to explore purchasing portions of these pools. Even at discounted valuations, this approach would inject immediate liquidity while simultaneously enhancing government revenue streams in the future. Funds could be earmarked for reducing asset retirement obligations to reduce environmental liabilities and strengthen balance sheets. For taxable companies, the rapid amortization of capital is the best fiscal lever available to promote investment, growth, and the commercialization of new technology. We recommend introducing 100% immediate deductibility of capital costs, eliminate the available for use rule to encourage counter-cyclical investment in long-cycle projects. This will notably have an impact in Atlantic Canada and the oil sands. Finally, we recommend reforming the Canadian tax dispute resolution process to relax requirements to pre-fund amounts of tax in dispute. This is an inefficient use of capital and would free up liquidity for companies to invest and create jobs. Amid all of this, Canada's oil and natural gas sector continues to provide an essential service across the country, maintaining critical infrastructure and safely and reliably providing the energy that we need. Nearly 500,000 people work in this industry, and we need support from the federal government to ensure industry survival so that we can continue to be there with Canadians in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. With the Canadian Construction Association, Mary Van Buren, President. Mary?
Thank you very much for having me today. I really appreciate it. So, as you said, I'm president of the Canadian Construction Association, and I'm here today to represent our 20,000 member firms from across Canada. These are general, trade, and civil contractors, suppliers, and other professionals working in or with Canada's institutional, commercial, and industrial construction industry. And on behalf of our members, thank you so much. We do appreciate all the steps that have been taken to date by Parliament to help Canadians and businesses in this crisis. Since the pandemic hit Canada, the industry has really come together to do its part to protect workers, their families, and communities. Safety has been and remains our number one priority. We developed a national health protocol in collaboration with our members, with PSPC and Health Canada, and we created many links and resources on our website to promote the provincial standardized health and safety protocols to help minimize the spread of coronavirus and so that work could be continued safely. And these stringent protocols have been put in place by our members from across Canada, and at times these practices were changing daily, and we're very proud of our role as essential service providers. And at the same time, our local companies and associations have been supporting their communities and healthcare workers with donations of PPE, free hot lunches, funding for urgent care clinics, food drives, you name it. So we're very proud of the work that they're doing for their communities. And this culture around caring for our communities and giving back is based on the foundation of the small and medium-sized family-run businesses that make up 70% of our industry. And it is these businesses that are still struggling despite some of the emergency measures implemented by the federal government. So not only are there unbudgeted, we had staffing shortages and, of course, extra time spent cleaning. So the industry is eager to step up and support the federal government in its efforts. But for this, we do need these firms in the supply chain to survive. And this means that our firms need access to working capital now and during the recovery phase. And that is why we've asked and are seeking urgently cost relief on current federal projects in the form of an emergency COVID-19 cost reimbursement program. And they need this support now, not at the end of the project, which could take months or even years to settle. And CCA is recommending that these eligible costs be reimbursed up to 5% of the contract value as a starting point, subject to the program being adjusted as the duration and full impact of COVID-19 becomes clear over time. We believe that these extensions of time and fair compensation for reasonable costs incurred for federal construction projects would be supported by sufficient documentation from the contractor, and this would alleviate some of the financial pressure on construction businesses today. We have briefed you on the past on the issues of payment in the chain, and thank you for your support on prompt payment. So you are aware of the timelines from when a project is started to when the generals, trades, and sub-trades can get paid. And as you know, this can be several months. So given that much of the slowdown started happening in March, combined with the increased costs, the balance sheets of the mom and pop firms are likely not to be in very good shape come August, September. They may not be able to afford to complete the projects they've already committed to, and also have the working capital necessary to finance the startup of new projects. And they cannot incur further delays of payment due to potential litigation because of contract issues related to COVID-19. So this access to working capital now and as we move to recovery must be considered with any stimulus spending on infrastructure. So speaking to recovery phase, we are starting to see glimmers of hope and in flattening the curve, and this is certainly thanks to the leadership of all levels of government and Canadians. As you know, the industry employs 1.5 million Canadians and contributes about 7% of the GDP. Investing in infrastructure is a proven economic recovery tool that also yields social benefits, creating jobs, providing training for apprentices, and helping to build and maintain important public services. And there are hundreds of critical projects that are already in progress or need to be maintained, and many of these are essential to the well-being of our citizens and support for the delivery of essential services like water, energy, transportation, and healthcare. And again, it's these smaller firms, the manufacturers, the suppliers, the trades who finance the materials, the fabrication, the labor as projects ramp up. So moving into recover, we believe that extended federal government backstopping may be required over a longer period of time. And in terms of any economic stimulus, we believe that there are some principles that should be followed hand in hand with any liquidity support, which would be continuing to work together, federal departments, working with provinces and municipalities to eliminate red tape, make the project money flow as quickly as possible to get people back to work, looking for balance in terms of the sectors, the regions of Canada, size of firms, not having one or two $5 billion projects, but all levels of projects for people to participate in, over an 18-month period. And certainly clear and consistent rules on COVID-19 and access to PPE that does not detract from frontline workers. And finally, as I said, flexibility in dealing with COVID-19, federal project costs and delays, and what kinds of projects would qualify under the Invest in Canada Fund. So a cost reimbursement program for the current federal programs today, combined with a well-considered recovery plan for the future, will ensure that the construction industry can play its full role in supporting a strong economic recovery. It will allow us to absorb some of the displaced workers from other industries, get them to work, and provide well-paying jobs for millions of Canadians already in the industry. An investment in infrastructure is an investment in Canada and our communities, and we're willing and able to partner with the government. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on these important issues. I'd be happy to answer any further questions on behalf of the Canadian Construction Association.
Thank you very much, Mary. Turning then to the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, Matthew Wilson, Senior Vice President. Go ahead, Matthew.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting me to participate in today's discussion. It is my pleasure to be here on behalf of Canada's 90,000 manufacturers and exporters and our association's 2,500 direct members to discuss COVID-19 in Canada's manufacturing sector. CME's membership covers all sizes of companies from all regions of the country and covers all industrial sectors. From the early days of this crisis, we've been working with our members and the government to increase the manufacture and supply of critical PPE and healthcare technologies needed in the response. We have also been educating and informing manufacturers on the latest developments in the crisis, including on how to access government support and how to protect their employees and supply chains. And we've been working hard to understand the impact on our sector and advocating for policy, regulatory, and program supports from our sector at all levels of government. Throughout this crisis, the role and importance of Canada's manufacturing sector has never been clear or as much discussed. Hundreds, if not thousands, of manufacturers have switched their production to support making critical PPE, such as masks and ventilators, face shields, and gowns. Others are aggressively working on developing better tests and vaccines for COVID-19. Making things matters again to Canadians. And the government's response to date has been nearly exactly what we had requested to support the sector, and we want to thank them once again. Actions like the Q wage subsidy, tax payment deferrals, and expanded credit facilities were designed to keep cash in the hands of companies so that they could keep Canadians on their payroll, and has worked for our sector. While manufacturing output has dropped substantially over the first weeks of this crisis, employment levels have remained fairly stable across the country. Global supply chains, while decreased in volumes, have held up, allowing critical inputs to be delivered to Canadian plants and keeping them operating, and exports of most products have continued throughout. Some sectors have seen increased activities in the short term, especially those in the food and household products, but many other sectors have been very hard hit, especially those in auto, aerospace, and the energy-related fields. While the sector has performed well to many other areas of the economy, there are major concerns. Based on the best data we have right now, we are anticipating an overall decline in manufacturing activity in Canada at around 13% for this calendar year. Over the next few months, it could get even worse for the sector, as much of the output being produced through the crisis has been based on sales through last fall and winter. New sales have slowed considerably in recent weeks, meaning while other parts of the economy are looking to rebound, manufacturing could be hitting its low point. It will take till much later in this year for real recovery to set in, and likely all the way to the second half of 2022 until we see a return to pre-recessionary production levels for manufacturers. With this in mind, Canada's economic plan must stop in June. It must be a multi-year and multifaceted approach, and it must focus on recovery and growth. CME recommends the following approach. First, fix outstanding gaps in business support programs and ensure their stability for the foreseeable future. The gaps include the essential need for liquidity support for larger companies and equipment financing, where there is no support at all, and wage subsidy programs for companies who sell to parents are currently disqualified from those programs, or rent supports for manufacturers and larger businesses who are equally suffering. In addition, where disagreements occur, there should be a fast arbitration program established to help companies and the government navigate their way through it. Many of the programs are also likely going to need to operate into late summer and into the fall, especially the Q's wage program, and the government must be open to those extensions. Second, there should be an introduction of a program that supports consumer spending. Without consumers buying products, manufacturers don't operate. Like the Great Recession a decade ago, the government must look at a range of options to encourage consumer spending and lead to spending and activities in other parts of the economy, including manufacturing. Third, we must and should promote and celebrate Made in Canada. Canada should launch a Made in Canada initiative that celebrates the products that are made here for both sale and abroad. There should be a national registry of Canadian-made products so consumers can easily identify them, and labeling rules should be modernized and simplified. This should be launched most appropriately on Canada Day on July 1st. Fourth, focus on business investment. Business investment has been dropping in Canada to the point where we rank among the lowest in the entire OECD. Investment is critical to have a strong, flexible, and innovative manufacturing sector that can respond to any crisis as they emerge. Direct incentives such as investment tax credit should be put in place to spur investment in new technologies that improve productivity, flexibility, and environmental performance. Existing programs such as Strategic Innovation Fund and the SHRED tax credit programs should be reviewed and modernized along with the overall tax systems. And these programs at the federal and provincial levels should be excluded from taxation. Fifth, we need to create a world-class business and regulatory environment. Industry is fully supportive of a regulatory environment that sets high standards, but they must also be aligned with their major trading partners. They must be based in science, and they must be based at aimed at the right objectives. Measures like banning all single-use plastics or labeling zinc, copper, and plastic, for example, as toxic, all of which are essential elements for many manufactured products used during this crisis, will directly impact investment and need to be re-examined. Finally, we need to leverage government procurement. Government investment in infrastructure is an obvious step, but we must look at trade and business infrastructure as much as societal infrastructure. The government should also better leverage healthcare procurement by creating an equivalent organization to the US DARPA for Canadian healthcare innovations. Most importantly, it's time for Canada to get serious about our industrial future. Throughout this crisis, there have been repeated comments from all parties and all governments about the need for modern industrial strategies. CME wholeheartedly agrees, and we look forward to working with governments on implementing a plan for the future of our critical sector. Thank you again for having me. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Turning to the Fédération du Travail du Québec. Dennis Baldock, are you on now? Go ahead, Dennis.
Well, I found a headset with a microphone, so I hope that the sound is good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this invitation to appear before the Finance Committee today. The FTQ, the Fédération des Travailleurs du Québec, represents over 600,000 employees in Quebec. The country has faced an exceptional situation, and the federal government's response was also exceptional in terms of its level of financial engagement. Now, the onset of the relief was slow, but then when it came out of the gate, it was swift. This health crisis has revealed quite patently the key role of the government in terms of protection to and for Canadian society to work collectively. Especially in the healthcare sector, healthcare professionals have done exceptional work from the outset of this health crisis. Also, the public service, which works hard on designing and then implementing the measures that have been put in place, well, they speak to how quickly the government has mobilised the Canadian public service. Their assistance will be needed throughout this crisis. The public service sector is a big player in this recovery, just as much as the private sector is. Now, the recovery that Canada needs will rely on a strong state with a structured approach that is up to the task. We need to forgo the temptation of reducing the tax burden in order to stimulate the economy. Now, currently, we are at the beginning of this restarting phase. We're in the short term, but in the mid-term and in the long term, there will be a recovery phase. Now, when we get there, Canada will need a lot of things, a whole host of things. The government will need to fast-track infrastructure projects for public transit, for example. There will need to be support for education, for the transit authorities. There needs to be massive cash injections in transportation infrastructures. Now, investment in public transit infrastructures creates 3 times as many jobs as in the road and highway sector. So that's why we believe that it's extremely important to invest in public transit sectors. The government must also invest in the upkeep of the road network rather than turning its attention to increasing capacity in the road and highway network. And there is a consensus in Quebec that any new investments in the road and highway network should focus on maintaining the status quo and not enlarging it. The government also has a merchandise strategy which focuses on intermodalities to reduce any transport or movement with a focus on sea and rail transport. We think that there is a good springboard for the recovery to make a transition towards a fairer society when it comes to climate change, for example, and also when it comes to the automation of things, artificial intelligence, using robots, and so on and so forth. I'd also like to talk about employment insurance now. Now, the financial crisis in the wake of COVID-19 has showed the limitations of the current EI program. It is a highly complicated program. It is a huge bureaucratic machine that is very cumbersome, that is being increasingly automated, however. Now, from the first week of this lockdown, we've noted that the administrative machine was not up to the task. There was an influx of applications, almost 3 million applications for EI that came in from one night to the next. So this huge influx of jobless Canadians forced the government to fast-track simplified administrative measures to cut the red tape, to get the money out to Canadians and Quebecers who had lost their jobs as a result of the COVID-19 health crisis. Now, in addition to the CERB, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, Canadians who've lost their jobs will also turn towards the EI program to protect their financial security. There's a threat of a second wave, and this puts the EI program in a vulnerable state. We believe that easing the red tape for the EI program and also enhancing it, giving it an overhaul, is not only desirable, but absolutely crucial. And I would like to reiterate the FTQ's willingness to cooperate with the Canadian government so the process is more fast-tracked, more simplified, that is easier for EI beneficiaries to have their applications processed more quickly and to get their money in swift order. Now, a quick point on culture and media, and I'll close on this. This sector needs particular attention. Week in, week out, there are announcements of closures and the demise of media outlets across Canada. Another sector which is being extremely hard hit is the tourism sector, of course. Hotels, restaurants, the food services sector, which was grievously harmed, if you will, and is floundering, just like the culture and media sector. And we believe that there will be more long-term effects for these sectors, even more than for other sectors, and that they would warrant the government's particular attention and assistance. There will need to be relief measures for them. I'd be pleased to respond to your questions. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Much appreciated. We'll turn now to United Steelworkers, Ken Newman, National Director for Canada. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the committee for the invitation to speak with you today on behalf of our 225,000 members across Canada. No one is untouched in this global pandemic, and the steelworker members are no different. Our union members work in every sector of the economy, from frontline healthcare workers to industrial and manufacturing workers, miners, security guards, and university workers. Each of these sectors have been affected in different ways, from mass layoffs from some to desperate scramble for the necessary PPE for our members on the front lines. If the committee is aiming to determine how well our federal government has done to help all Canadians cope with this pandemic, I can say that the government is off to a good start. But there's much more that needs to be done. Governments must apply a basic principle of fairness to ensure that Canadian workers are supported through this crisis and beyond. First, we need to work with employers to save and create jobs, but focus should be on the lives of individual Canadians, workers, and their families. We may all be in this together, but we are not in it equally. Second, temporary fixes must be changed in the longer-term reform, such as income supports to supplement EI, dramatic reforms to elder care, universal public pharmacare, and universal public childcare. Let's look at first the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. In our view, it is still the case that too many Canadians are excluded, including the long-term unemployed, those who are forced to resign from their jobs because of COVID, and those that do not meet the income threshold. If this crisis drags on, as it appears it will, support measures will need to remain in place. No one should be allowed to fall through the cracks. Many steelworker members have bargained supplementary unemployment benefits. Indeed, the government has encouraged us to negotiate such benefits, and it is unacceptable that CURB does not have specific regulations to permit the payment of those sub-benefits during this crisis. We strongly recommend the clarification of the rules to allow sub-payments without penalty under CERB. During this crisis, workers must be able to maintain their income. Sub-benefits are important for this part of the equation. The federal government must also put pressure on provinces to not cut social assistance as a result of CURB payments. We can't have a situation where one level of government gives while another level takes away. The emergency economic response also has exposed the need for long-term reforms to EI. Specifically, major changes to the current EI programs must include reduced hours, threshold, and a higher replacement rate, with both of these applicable to parental maternity leave provisions, and also an extension to the eligibility for migrant workers, and making expanded work share a permanent fixture. In terms of the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, we were pleased when the government announced this program, which our union has advocated from the outset of this pandemic. However, in terms of enforcement, the government must straighten CEWS provisions to prevent wage suppression. Employers should be required to top up the additional 25% of wages that are not covered by the wage subsidy and adhere to collective agreements where they exist. There must be monitoring to ensure that CEWS money is fully applied to workers' wages. Finally, this program must not be used for stock buybacks or increase to executive compensations. Employers should be required to ensure that the pensions are protected. Furthermore, for an employer to be eligible for CEWS, they must demonstrate that they are not taking advantage of tax havens, and employers must promise to create and preserve jobs in Canada rather than outsourcing or offshoring. I want to also speak on behalf of the essential frontline workers, our members who are continuing to work during this pandemic, whether in long-term care facilities or as truck drivers, airport security workers, or in manufacturing or in mining. We continue to see a desperate shortage of personal protective equipment. No one should have to choose between their job and their health. And yet many Canadians are going to work afraid for their health and that of their family. Since this pandemic began, we have had to struggle every day with employers and governments to try to get the PPE for our members. For essential workers, this government needs to ensure funds for personal protective equipment without reservation. Anyone who must work must be protected, full stop. Let me conclude by highlighting two longer-term priorities that have been exposed by this pandemic. First, the failure to ensure adequate levels of care and working conditions in the long-term care sector is unacceptable. It is clear that we have failed our elders by not valuing the work of those who are essential to the dignity and the care of frail Canadians. It is our national shame that these workers were underpaid and forced to work in environments that are not designed for social distancing or even privacy. The Government of Canada must now provide leadership to ensure that such tragedies never happen again. Second, the pandemic has revealed the need for a new industrial strategy to create manufacturing jobs in Canada. For decades, manufacturing policy has largely consisted of signing as many free trade agreements as possible to secure markets for Canadian goods, while at the same time looking to import the cheapest products available and outsourcing supply chains. This has not only left us unable to manufacture critical medical supplies during the pandemic, it has left us with a weakened domestic manufacturing base. It is time to put a long-term industrial job creation strategy back on the domestic agenda, and there's so much work to be done. I will end my remarks here and be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, for those remarks. Before I turn to the last witness, I'll give members the speaking order on the first 6-minute round. First up, Mr. Cumming, then Mr. Fraser, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. Turning then to the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, Lauren Remiard, President and CEO, you're on. Don't see you. Where are you? There you are, Lauren. Is your mic on? I can see you talking, but we can't hear you for some reason. David, you got a technician there?
Now?
There, we got you now. Yep.
Okay. Sorry, my apologies. All right, I'll try again.
You're not the first, Lauren.
No,
we do it too. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Standing Committee. My name is Lauren Remillard, President and CEO of the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. The Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce was founded in 1873 with a clear purpose: to foster an environment in which Winnipeg business and our community at large can prosper. Today, the Chamber is the largest business voice in our community, representing greater than 2,000 member organizations. Our members come from all sizes and sectors, including charities, nonprofits, social enterprise, and of course, the private sector. Given this fact, my comments today will be more general in scope, but we'll touch upon the construction and manufacturing sectors, both of which are key drivers of Manitoba's economy. A path to prosperity inevitably includes plans to adjust for adversity. As such, businesses, governments, and individuals often have emergency preparedness or contingency plans. Yet, the COVID pandemic was such that preparing a game plan to deal with what has and is transpiring worldwide was a near impossibility. Hindsight is 2020, and I'm sure there will be much written about lessons learned for future preparedness. As the pandemic wave washed upon Canada's shores, the federal government moved responsibly to protect and support our health and our economy. On support to the business community, the federal government's response can best be characterized as ready, shoot, aim. Now, that's not a criticism. Remarkably, while the government may not have scored in every attempt, it did hit the net 9 out of 10 times. As a chamber, one of our principal asks of any government is to be open-minded and receptive to our advice and guidance. With COVID, the federal government has been more than receptive to business advice. It's proactively sought out and embraced it. While the government is deserving of recognitions for its efforts, so too is it of two constructive criticisms. One, the announcement of a program and then a delay, days and sometimes weeks, until details were released caused much confusion and difficulties for business needing to make decisions. Perfect is the enemy of good, but program details needed to be delivered much quicker than was the case. Two, the lag between the program details and the opening of applications was highly challenging for business, in particular regarding the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. The lag was such that many were forced to lay off staff that otherwise would not have been the case with a shorter time frame from announcement to application. Specific to the construction sector, the wage subsidy will cease just around the time that many in the sector, notably in Manitoba, our residential home builders, would be looking to ramp up. Using City of Winnipeg data and extrapolating to all of Manitoba, the construction sector in Manitoba has already seen a reduction in activity of $86 million since March. If similar trends continue for May and June, the impact will be over $230 million by July. Staying with the lag theme, many of the programs announced to date rightly deal with the here and now pressures. However, for manufacturers, pre-COVID orders may have helped them manage through the past few months. The impact of COVID for many, though, will be felt not now, but when production on pre-COVID orders gives way to non-existent March to June orders. Also recognize that each sector's subsectors are seeing different impacts. If you're a manufacturer of PPE or wayfinding signage, you're currently at max capacity. If you manufacture and maintain aerospace parts, it's dark skies ahead. In Winnipeg, home of Canada's third largest aerospace sector, we've just learned that one of our largest plants will bear the bulk of the company's Canadian workforce reductions. Yet within our garment, printer supply, and craft brewing industries, many have pivoted to meet the PPE and sanitizer needs of our entire country. A sector lens on the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy and other programs would have been beneficial to stagger the start of the program to coincide with sector and subsector timelines. One additional comment of importance to construction is the need for greater flexibility within existing federal infrastructure programming. We are told that Manitoba has more than $6 billion in program submissions for the Investing in Canada infrastructure program, with many being shovel-ready. We urge the federal government to make the most of the current market conditions, competitive bid prices, and extraordinarily low interest rates. To do so, the federal government must accelerate the ICIP program approval process and enhance program flexibility. In conclusion, the federal government is to be commended for its response to this crisis. Few in the world were around for the 1918 Spanish flu. Thus, we were without the benefit of experience in charting a course. While I hope that no future generations must endure that which we face today, I can say the federal government's response will be a strong foundation for future pandemic preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your presentations and the suggestions that you have in your presentations, as well as the constructive criticism. That's where we're at, and I think we are making progress. Turning then, we'll go to a 6-minute round first. I think we have time. Mr. Cumming, you're on. James, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all of our witnesses for taking the time and being with us today. I want to start my first questions with Mr. Brunin with CAP. We've heard from the Governor of the Bank of Canada that early on into this crisis that the bank moved fairly quickly and started buying bonds and supporting the banking industry through that bond buy and actually into corporate bonds as well. And with that, we heard that was to create greater liquidity and allowed businesses to expand their lines of credits and cap up their lines of credit and park money, as he explained. I'd like to hear a little bit from your members on this liquidity issue, because it strikes me that this strategy has not helped the oil sector whatsoever. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you. So we were appreciative of the Bank of Canada's efforts. We're appreciative of their interest rate policy, and we're appreciative of their liquidity. The federal government moved quite quickly, which we were pleased to see in terms of unleashing the tools that were deployed in 2008, 2009, which was encouraging. And I think we've seen some of that liquidity reflected in terms of the bank's sort of balance sheets, if you will, and their willingness to extend liquidity in some instances. In terms of the oil and gas industry, there's a need for a little bit more of a focused approach, if you will. So one piece that was quite helpful from a focused perspective was on April 17th, the federal government announced support for Export Development Canada and Business Development Bank of Canada to provide liquidity for companies. Within that, there was support for a subset of oil and gas companies that helps with respect to the way that banks lend to them, notably in the reserve-based lending side of things. While the details have yet to be finalized on what that looks like on the ground, we expect that that probably helps somewhere between 20 to 30 companies, small largely, maintain letters of credit, lines of credit, so that they can borrow against what's a decreased valuation for their companies. What we haven't seen yet is extended credit for some of the mid to larger companies that don't use reserve-based approach, somewhere between the 75,000 and above barrels per day. And while not all of them need this, because certainly some of the larger companies have had the banks extend some of their liquidity facilities, some still do need it, and that's where the gap remains. And our recommendation is for the government to enable industry-specific liquidity that is targeted to that mid-sized to large company focus, so that they can access those credit facilities in the event that they need them. And they might not actually need them, but having access to them is absolutely critical. We don't know how long we'll be in this position for. We don't know what our industry faces over the next year to two, and having access to that credit would be very important. Now, of course, we also recognize that we need to be looking at this as liquidity of last resort. So there has to be contingencies on the funding. It just can't, be that type of liquidity that companies would like to get. So limitations on dividends, limitations on share buybacks, limitations on senior compensation. Those are all reasonable.
Thank you, Master Van. I want to move on to a couple other questions. Sorry for interrupting you.
All right.
They give us pretty limited time, Ben. Thank you. I want to move on to the CCA, Ms. Van Bernen. Same sort of line of questioning that you talk about working capital requirements for people in the construction industry. And again, we've heard that we've given significant support to the banks. What are you hearing from your members with that extension of credit, that extension of operating lines to give them that working capital as they're probably struggling on the collection of the receivables and these projects lengthening it out in time? Are they getting the support that they need?
Yeah, again, I appreciate the thinking behind the program, and appreciate very much that EDC's program was extended from export only to domestic. So that was very much appreciated. What we're hearing on the street is that it's not really resonating with our members. The banks continue to apply their normal credit criteria. And so until such time as the banks are willing or able to take on higher risk, it doesn't change the profile very much for our members who, as we've said, are starting to see weakening balance sheets. So, if their credit scores are not great now, they're going to be probably not even they're going to be worse in a few more months from now. So we need to be thinking about that part of it.
Great. And quickly, can you comment on access to PPE? I know in the construction industry, that's going to become a bigger issue as we get the economy started again, get these companies back working. Is access an issue currently? What are you hearing on the ground?
Yes, I echo the comments of some of the other witnesses that having a reliable, affordable source of PPE is essential to maintaining the safety of our workers and of their families and communities.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll turn to Mr. Fraser. Sean?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll start with Mr. Wilson. There was quite a bit of interesting testimony given, but one of the things that you mentioned was the need to have a focus on Canadian-made products to encourage essentially a kickstart to the economic recovery. Obviously, there'd be benefits to Canadians buying products locally, and we'd perhaps have the collateral benefit of a strengthened domestic supply chain. I'm curious if you have specific recommendations on what kind of a Canadian-made strategy might look like to help domestic producers bounce back more quickly.
To be honest with you, it's a great question. I haven't thought much beyond just the need for a Made in Canada plan. And the reason why I haven't mapped it out much further is until there's buy-in for that type of a plan at the bureaucratic and political level, it's a lot of wasted thought when there's a lot of other priorities going on, frankly. But right now in Canada, the simple reality is that most products, even that are made in Canada, can't be labeled Made in Canada because of Competition Bureau rules. The rules that were put in place about 15 or 18 years ago, and they're very, very strict, and they were done specifically so that companies couldn't import products primarily from Asia, relabel them Made in Canada, and sell them. So I get why you do it, but it basically bans almost any type of product being made in Canada. And so I think even looking at how we label things Made in Canada and what is considered Made in Canada would be a good start. I don't mean you have to have 100% wholly sourced product and assembled here by only Canadian workers to be called Made in Canada. That's not realistic in a globalized economy like we have today. But certainly a car made in Oakville should be able to be labeled Made in Canada, made by Canadian workers, which it isn't today. And so that's the type of thing we're talking about, is how could we start sticking a maple leaf on things, and not just for our own consumption. Our products are in demand around the world, but most companies don't label it with a maple leaf, and we need to be doing more of it.
So one of the things that you mentioned in addition as to help sort of kickstart the recovery was to have some sort of consumer spending initiative. Mm-hmm. One of the dangers that I see with an approach that might not be tailored too finely is that we might essentially encourage people, say you had a no HST for a period of time or something basic. Mm-hmm. like that. You might encourage people to go buy those imported products at a Walmart, for example, as opposed to visiting a local market and buying from a local artisan. Are there safeguards that you think or strategies that we could employ to encourage people to not only revisit their spending habits on the back end of this public health emergency, but target the spending on things that will actually have the greatest economic impact in Canadian communities?
Look, I've heard of different ideas come out from some of our members around this, and I haven't got my head wrapped completely around it. It's a great question. As an example, and I'm not advocating for this, I'm just saying one example that's out there along those lines. Let's take a look at those cars again for a second. That's a big ticket item, hugely important for our economy overall, the manufacturing of vehicles and the sales of vehicles. July 1st happens to not only be Canada Day, but also the launch of the new USMCA between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. There's no reason why you couldn't have cars that qualify under the new USMCA qualify for some type of a special tax holiday or something like that. We've seen that before with different measures. Again, I'm not saying that is a necessity. I'm just saying it's one of the ideas that's been floated out there and maybe something to look at. I'm not sure what the impact of something like that would actually be, though, to be perfectly honest.
Sure, Mr. Chair, have I got some time remaining? Excellent. I will direct my next question to our guest from the Winnipeg Chamber. You've described the government's efforts as sort of hitting the mark 9 times out of 10. I think the only reason for that is because we've been taking advice, as you pointed out, from groups that have real experience in the economy or the communities who can say, hey, this is going to work, this needs to be tweaked. So thank you for your input to date. I've been doing some of my own consultations in my own community as a local member of parliament and doing some with some of my colleagues across Canada. I found it remarkable to see how quickly we can identify where policy does need to be tweaked to make changes when we're having conversations of this nature, particularly when virtually everyone in Canada is focused on a common threat. I'm curious if you can see lessons we can take from the consultation process, if I can call it that, as we formulate policy to continue to have it be effective on a go-forward basis when we start to pivot towards the recovery? How can we best engage with stakeholders to continue the success we've seen, to use your words, to hit the target 9 times out of 10 during the next phase of this response?
Thank you very much for the question. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, sorry. I was unmuted the last time. It's just I have an old headset, I guess. But thank you for the question. I will say this to begin with, though. In my previous life, I was a federal civil servant for 10 years. And I can tell you one of the lessons I would bring back from that experience and what we're going through now is when it comes to be it a government or opposition or MP of any kind, is too often we accept no from the civil service. And it's not a criticism, but I think what this pandemic has really shown is that when there's a sense of urgency, it's amazing how quickly, how rapidly, how innovative we can be as a government. And when we don't accept no as an answer, we can get a lot of things done. It's particularly encouraging. Something that the Chamber had advocated for a while back is not necessarily implementing basic income or MINCOME, but let's take a look at an experiment around that. Well, I think we're living that experiment right now. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that. So, definitely on a global scale, I would say as a government, as elected officials, we need to be pushing the public service to really embrace innovation, the opportunities that's being made abundantly clear through the COVID. In terms of opportunities to continue to engage, I'll speak, obviously a little bias, but the Chamber Network, I can't emphasize that enough, is the only business organization that represents all sizes, all sectors of business from coast to coast to coast. And I do want to give particular kudos to our national voice, Perrin Beatty, who's done an exceptional job in stewarding the network through this. So continuing to engage those organizations that live and breathe within their community, that are Main Street Canada, that know the mom and pop shops to those that are exporting internationally or multinationals. Organizations like the Chamber really get you to be able to tap into not just one voice, but the entire voices of the community, and continue to use, last comment, we're a vast country geographically, multiple cultural, multilingual. Continue to look at digital transformation as an opportunity to really engage meaningfully, not just town halls where everyone calls in and you have 5 questions and you get the checkbox consultation. Really seize the opportunity to engage Canadians digitally.
We are going to end it there, Lauren. Turning then to Mr. St. Marie, who will be followed by Mr. Julian and then on to Mr. Cooper. Gabriel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to applaud the witnesses and thank them for their presentations. My questions are for Mr. Bolduc from the FTQ. Mr. Bolduc, in your 5 minutes, you raised a whole array of issues to do with the crisis, the economy, the emergency recovery programs, and so on and so forth. You raised the issue of the cultural and media sectors. Could you speak at greater length about the problems they're facing and the relief measures that they need to recover?
Merci.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your question. First, I think that the CERB needs to be extended for those particular sectors for as long as possible. For example, in the cultural sector, and I also referred to the hotel, restaurant, food services sector, the ramifications of this health crisis will be felt for much longer, we believe, for those sectors. Now, were we to do nothing and were the benefits to come to an end in June, well, from early July, folks from the media and culture sectors will need to go and get food at a food bank because they won't have any income to pay for their groceries and even to pay for their rent. So we can't just, forgo them in that manner. And also, there are companies that just won't get through and weather this crisis. Some of them will have to, in fact, lay off a lot of their employees in July, and some will even have to close up shop. Some will go bankrupt. We're hearing stories about daily newspapers from various regions. It's really worrisome and terrible that we're losing media outlets and daily newspapers. We also fear the potential loss of for example, small theatres in the cultural sector, small performance spaces, and some people contend that we might even lose up to 50% of these small performance spaces and theatres. We really can't just ignore their plight. We cannot leave them up to their own devices, because they will have to endure these difficulties for much longer than other sectors probably. Thank you very much. In your remarks, you talked about how important it is to not reduce the tax burden. We have emergency relief measures that are exceptional. We've slated a deficit of $250 billion for this year. This is huge, but it's comparable to what we see in other G20 countries. The fact of the matter is that everyone needs to pitch in to pay down this debt when the time comes. You spoke about how important it is to not, in fact, reduce the tax burden, but what about tax havens, for example? Poland, for example, there shouldn't be any tax havens. Denmark has said that companies that want emergency relief funds must not use tax havens. And then the Minister of Finance also followed suit and made a statement akin to those. So what's your thought on that matter? Response. Well, right from the outset, the first questions that were asked of the Prime Minister, and you referred to what's happening in Poland, Denmark and France, and Mr. Trudeau, in fact, got his foot in the door and had the beginnings of a response, but then he retracted what he said. But the fact is that these companies, of course, mustn't turn to tax havens, and these companies mustn't do things in a crafty way, use tax evasion or tax avoidance, or use tax havens to pay little or no tax. And it's difficult to evaluate how many millions of dollars, some people think it's billions of dollars, that the tax man isn't collecting in Canada, the CRA is missing out on because of these kinds of tactics that companies use to minimize their taxation. So whatever relief measures are offered to these companies need to trickle down to workers and not just benefit the companies. And we should emulate France, Poland and Denmark in terms of their response to that problem. Thank you very much. We don't have the exact figures, but if the...
Gabriel, we're just right on the time. We will go to Mr. Julian and then on to Mr. Cooper. Peter?
Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. We certainly hope that your family and everyone in your neighborhood are safe and healthy. I'd like to address my questions to start to Mr. Newman. Thank you very much for being here, and a big shout out to steelworkers across the country that are often the frontline workers that are keeping us healthy and keeping us fed and making sure that our society is still functioning. You said, Mr. Newman, something very eloquent, that we're all in this together, but we're not in it equally. And so I wanted to contrast two things and ask for your comments. First, Jagmeet Singh and our caucus have been pushing for a universal benefit. And the reality is, the CERB is already set up as universal benefit, but many people are excluded. We had to fight hard to get 3 million people added in, and yet there are still millions that are excluded from the CERB, even if they need it. despite those conditions and the government's refusal to put in a universal benefit, as you mentioned, as far as corporate support, there are no conditions to the banking sector, no conditions regarding overseas tax havens. And in fact, as you mentioned, many other countries have put in place conditions, not using public funds, to use stock buybacks, to have executive bonuses, and yet the government refuses to put any conditions there. So I'd like your comments in contrasting that universality for bigger business, and yet for regular Canadians, there's not the universal support available. How harmful is it that we don't have those conditions in place for bigger businesses? And how does it make any sense that we give public funds and they be used for overseas tax havens or executive bonuses, stock buybacks, or dividends?
Well, thank you very much, Peter, for that question, and thank you for the comments about the steelworkers. And as I said in my testimony, we represent workers on a very broad base. And I think that, look, there should be no worker that should be left behind. The fact is that we're in a global pandemic. This is not just in Canada, it's around the world. This is an opportunity for the government of Canada to shine. These are our hard-earned taxpayers, that each and every one of us that contribute to the coffers. And the fact is that it's prudent on the government to make sure that we don't have corporations that basically try to avoid the taxes and go to these tax havens and then somehow be at the front of the line to try to get some of the benefits that the government and all the politicians, all you folks that have been out there elected to make it a better world for all of us. And how dare would we now think that someone that has been trying to avoid to pay their fair taxes to somehow think that they should benefit from that. So that's the first one. On the universality in regards to, there's many things you can talk about, the healthcare system, you can talk about what has been exposed in this pandemic in regards to how we treat our elders. There's a variety of issues. So I say that this is an opportunity for all politicians, and I can see that there's a lot of commonality what's taking place, because this is unprecedented for any of us in our lifetime to witness what we're witnessing, and we're not out of it yet. And this is why you need to have a government that's focused, along with the opposition parties that are pushing in the right direction. And as I said at the beginning, that there should be no one left behind. We've got numerous examples where I've relayed to my testimony in regards to people that have fallen through the cracks.
Mr. Newman,
we have a situation in Alberta where we have a steel facility that just at the cusp, it is called Alta Steel, just at the cusp of this transition of COVID-19. There's been a transition of a new company coming in to buy, and the fact is, because it was been delved off, we're probably going to be seeing significant layoffs at Alta Steel, but yet they don't apply, they don't qualify for the 75% wage subsidy. So I think that we're moving in the right direction, but some of those elements that I've talked about, this is an opportunity for all the politicians to take the leadership and talk about Fairness Canada. I mean, I can talk about manufacturing at verbatim, and I've heard other witnesses talk about the PPE. It's an embarrassment to this country.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Newman, sorry to interrupt. The sound quality is not good for the interpreters at the moment, so they had to stop interpreting. I think that they were suggesting that if you could try to be closer to your computer, and maybe speak slowly and a bit louder, but we'll see if it works. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Newman.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll try to slow down. I get excited when I get talking about some of these things. But when it gets to the personal protective equipment, we have firsthand knowledge where we have some frontline workers that work at airports that are expected, and without going into names, where people said, what happens if I have to screen someone that's coming through the scanner and the buzzer goes off? They wouldn't give us the face shields. And they said, well, look, if someone's going to cough, just turn your head. What kind of society are we talking about? If we can't protect workers, every job, each and every one of us get up in the morning to go to work to fend for our families. Each and every one of us that's here today. If we don't have the ability to go to work and do a fair day's work to get and have pride in the work that we do, The most important thing is that you have the ability to come home to your loved one. I see it time and time again. And the tragedy is, unfortunately, we just had April the 28th, Peter, which is the day of mourning, where we mourn for the dead and fight for the living. In Canada, we still kill over 1,000 people each year that do the same thing we do every day, getting up and trying to go to work and fend for ourselves. So we have an opportunity to reset of some of these inequalities or the inefficiencies that have taken place in the healthcare system and the PPEs, that we can't produce our own equipment to protect our frontline workers, to protect our people. We represent a lot of workers in the nursing homes. If you look at the baby boom burst, these are the folks, if you're fortunate enough to still have your parents that are living, these are the folks that are going to be in the need of the home care. They're going to be in the need of these nursing homes. And if you witnessed what we've all witnessed over the last several weeks, it's not a pretty picture. It's not something I want to be straddled with to say, you know what? I think it's time for my parents to go to nursing home, considering what has transpired. We have a fiduciary responsibility. We have an obligation to make sure that we treat those people with dignity and respect. They have built this, helped us build this great country. So, Peter, here's an opportunity to reset and to move forward and to close those gaps, to stop those loopholes, and have a fairer society that's going to prosper for all.
Okay, we'll have to end that round there. We'll now go to the 5-minute round. We'll start with Mr. Cooper and on to Ms. Zerowitz. Mr.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. I will address my questions to Mr. Brunnan of CAP. You spoke of the unique and pressing challenges facing Canada's energy industry, and in particular for the immediate need for industry-specific liquidity measures. Thus far, we have seen very little for the oil and gas industry in terms of the federal response. We saw $1.7 billion for orphan oil wells, but really that's almost it. And so in that regard, I thought you said it, but if you hadn't, I would just ask, would you agree that when it comes to the oil and gas industry, the federal COVID response has been insufficient?
Yes, thank you for the question. I would agree with you that the federal response to support the oil and gas industry has not been sufficient from our side of things. We've seen the government announce their $1.7 billion, as you said, for orphan and active wells, and we think that's helpful. We've seen some liquidity support for small and medium-sized companies, but we have not seen them address liquidity needs of the medium to large companies, and those are the companies that carry a significant portion of the investment of the jobs in this country. And we are hoping, and we certainly are advocating for the federal government to advance liquidity for these companies in the meantime.
Great. Thank you for that. Now, as we look beyond the immediate challenges facing the industry, which you've addressed in terms of some of the measures you'd like to see, and we look towards an economic recovery over the longer term, there are some $20 billion worth of resource projects that are currently in the queue awaiting approval. I know in the past, CAP has expressed concerns about the approval process. Can you speak to benefits of expediting approval for these projects that are wealth-generating and job-creating projects and assets that have lives that will last decades, especially in light of looking at the bigger picture, decades into the future, continued demand for oil and natural gas around the world?
Yes, good question. In our view, the recovery is going to be likely protracted. It's going to take some time to get ourselves back to a strong economic position as a country. And our view is for the government to look to those sectors that can help lead the recovery. We think the oil and gas industry is one of those sectors. We can certainly mobilize investment for projects to develop our resources, high quality, sort of environmentally managed resources. And our recommendations relate to asking and seeking the government first to create the right fiscal framework, notably the immediate deductibility and the tax pools recommendations that then move projects that we would consider shovel-ready forward. In addition to that, it's streamlined regulatory processes as well that are certainly necessary to provide that certainty as well as expediency with respect to approving those projects. So those two elements we think are critical, and we think our industry can help lead the recovery, both in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia, but also nationally. As you heard, we have a substantial economic footprint and contribution across the country, and we'd be pleased to have that opportunity to draw that investment and build those projects and those jobs.
Right, and in terms of the immediate deductibility, but you spoke of for the energy sector and the benefit that would have, that is already in place for the manufacturing sector, is it not?
Mm-hmm. It absolutely is in place for the manufacturing sector, but the oil and gas industry did not receive the same full treatment at the time that was introduced in 2018. This is the single greatest lever that helps incent the investment in long cycle major capital projects, and notably Atlantic Canada and oil sands are two of those types of projects, SAGD facilities, et cetera, in situ, that would really benefit from those parameters. We'd also support LNG and pipelines as other types of projects that would benefit from this provision.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Michael and Ben. Ms. Zerowitz, and then on to Mr. Morantz. Julie?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the presenters for their outstanding presentations. I have 3 questions, so I'd be grateful if everybody could keep their answers short. It's interesting how the questions have shifted from urgent, immediate action to sort of moving past the current pandemic phase and sort of the COVID-19 sort of reset period. My first question is for Mr. Brunin of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. One of the things, it's hard to kind of see the world outside of pandemic because we're so consumed with it. But most of the world is continuing to embark on a clean energy transition. So moving to a low carbon future, moving to decarbonization. How is it that we can help the oil and gas industry move to where the puck is going? So you had mentioned a series of investments that could be made. Is there anything specific that the federal government could be investing in that would help the oil industry move towards the low carbon future, decarbonization, clean energy?
Thank you for the question. What I would say is when we look at the decarbonization, we're talking about a movement to low carbon, which our industry has invested pretty substantially from a technology perspective to reduce our carbon footprint. There is technology in SAGD right now that could decrease our carbon footprint of our oil sands by 50 to 80%, depending on the. Sorry, I'm just looking at the screen.
Just if I could, I believe somebody hasn't got their mic muted somewhere. There's other sounds coming through. Just everybody check, make sure their mic is muted. We'll not take time away here. Okay, Ken, try again.
So the technology exists. It needs to be commercialized, and it needs some support in that technology development. And so it starts with recognition and support for our industry that we are part of the solution, to encourage the investment, but encourage the investment in our projects, but also in the technologies that reduce our emissions. And we think both exist now. Our primary recommendation to the government is move in a collaborative space with industry across multiple ministries to advance that vision and develop our projects that way.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My next question is for Ms. Van Buren of the Canadian Construction Association. It's a quick question. I'm very blessed to have a lot of construction workers in my downtown west riding of Toronto, of Davenport, and before this pandemic, there was a huge crisis around labor needs within the construction industry. Is that still the case, or has this pandemic kind of largely eliminated that? If you could address that, I'd be grateful.
Yes, thank you for the question. Workforce was the number one issue virtually across Canada, and getting a skilled, well-trained, and diverse workforce. And that, we believe, will continue to be an area of focus for us as we move into recovery. We know that certainly this can cause concern for people who are seasonal employees, and they may start looking for other industries to work in. So we believe the challenge will be as great or greater coming out of this recovery. And that's certainly why CCA is having a campaign to position the industry as inclusive. We want to attract a very diverse group of people, skilled trades, as well as from the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. We need people who are drone pilots. We need artificial intelligence, virtual reality, big data people. So it will be a really exciting time for people to join the industry. But to do that, we have to position it as a career of choice.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then my last question is to Mr. Wilson of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters. Both Mr. Newman and Ms. Van Buren, and indeed I would say a lot of people in my riding, have mentioned there continues to be a concern around PPE, both right now and ongoing as we get out of this current pandemic phase.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Zerowitz. We had to stop the interpretation services. Maybe it's your mic. Maybe if you could speak a bit more slowly and then we'll try again.
It's better, Julie, when you hold it a little. It's better, Julie, when you hold it a little further away. About there.
About there. Yeah. Okay. How's that? Is that good? Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Wilson, just to finish up my question, I know that our federal government's been heroic in terms of ordering as much as we can right now while we're bringing up the manufacturing base to actually produce as much as we possibly can for now and the future. My question to you, is there anything more we could be doing? This is going to be an ongoing concern for us now and into the future. Is there anything more we could be doing to expedite the proper PPE that we need now and ongoing?
To be honest with you, like, manufacturers have stepped up, and not only N95 masks, but a range of PPE they've been manufacturing. They have been for a bit. The problem actually has more been about what products are actually needed, who would buy them, how would you get them tested, and who would supply all the subcomponents? Because it's easy to identify one component of a product, but it's a lot harder to identify all the subcomponents go into something. So I think a lot of those supply chains have been stood up relatively quickly, and that, I think, goes a lot of credit to the manufacturing sector itself for their ability to do that type of work. And we're starting to see that output come on stream now. So what more could be done? I think one of the things, I was talking to the Health Committee earlier today, and one of the things we talked about there was more centralized and coordinated procurement. Right now, it's a real mess in the procurement side of things, and that's not a federal government responsibility, but it doesn't even seem to be a provincial government responsibility in some cases. It seems to be at a local health unit, and that's really, really tough for manufacturers to produce to scale and try to sell to multiple health units across the country, never mind a region or a province. So that would be one thing that would help an awful lot.
Okay, thank you all. We're a little over in that round. Just note to members, Mr. Fash with Build Alberta hasn't had any questions yet, and I can see he's in pins and needles there waiting for one. Next up is Mr. Morantz, and then on to Ms. Kotrakis. So, Marty, you're up.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair and Mr. Fash, my questions are for my friend, Mr. Remillard from the Winnipeg Chamber. But it's always nice to have a fellow Winnipegger on the line, Lauren. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. I just wanted to have you touch on, I want to touch on ISIP for a couple minutes. It's no secret that this program had problems and has had problems. Parliament voted to have the Auditor General audit the ISIP program. And that wasn't just the Conservative Party, that was with the support of the Bloc and the NDP. These the construction industry also applies to public construction, and the future of public municipal projects, I think, is going to be also key, in addition to the oil and gas industry and other industries, to coming out of this. And I think you're in a unique place to discuss this because of your position at the Chamber and your former history as a public servant. what advice would you give, or what commentary might you have to government to ensure that their infrastructure dollars actually get out the door on a timely basis in order to help Canada come out of the current crisis?
Thank you, Mr. Morans. Great to be here again. Great to see you as well, a fellow Winnipegger. I will say this, the Winnipeg Chamber, along with 8 of the largest metropolitan chambers in this country, formed the Canadian Global Cities Council in 2016. In 2018, we produced a report that received national coverage calling for a national urban strategy. Canada has the distinction of being one of 2 OECD nations, the other being the United States, that does not have a national urban strategy. And effectively what that's calling for is moving away from project-based funding, whereas communities like Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, you name them, would work with their provincial counterparts and develop local regional plans for those communities, of which the federal government would fund. So if the priorities shift in concert with the municipality and the province, yes, we've had something change. You don't need to keep going back to Ottawa, because Ottawa is funding the plan, the priorities as set by the local communities themselves. That's one way I think that the government can transform how it funds infrastructure in this country, is to say to the communities, what are your priorities? Put it in a plan, we'll fund the plan.
Thank you. And I guess also to say no to the public servants once in a while.
Well, challenge the public servants, challenge them to do what they do best. I worked with many incredible individuals. So, yeah.
So just to circle around to the wage subsidy, I'm certain some of your members have been struggling with this. As far as I'm aware, not a single wage subsidy dollar has left Ottawa yet. I know the program had a lot of trouble getting off the ground. Originally, it was 10%, and I think thanks to organizations like yours and others, called for it to be 75%. I know the Liberals brought legislation which was insufficient, which delayed the program again. And so here we are. It's in the early May, and businesses have had to make some very difficult decisions. And I'm wondering if you could describe some of the difficulties that you've seen among your members.
Thank you for the question. I'll say, and I'm sure members of the committee can share this as well, for those that have very vibrant, strong arts and cultural sectors in their communities, Winnipeg is one of those fortunate communities where we punch above our weight when it comes to our contributions to arts and culture. And I can tell you the impact to our sector in Winnipeg has been tremendously difficult. Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra had to lay off its entire staff. Folk Festival, the largest, most celebrated folk festival in North America, canceled its performance. Now, those things were going to happen, the cancellation of the events, but we know within the arts and cultural sector, some of the large ones down to the smaller community groups, the wage subsidy, the delays and so forth was problematic, and we've seen significant layoffs in that. And for Winnipeg, again, it contributes disproportionately in a positive way to our GDP, and as a result, we're suffering disproportionately by their injuries.
Thank you. Just one last quick one, Mr. Chair, on a more positive note. I think both Mr. Remillard and I can attest to the heart and resilience of Winnipeggers and Winnipeg business people. And on a nice note, I know that there are a number of companies in Manitoba that have really picked up the cause, and you mentioned the concept in your opening statement. But I just wonder if you could talk about, for example, breweries that have converted to making hand sanitizer, which I think is just so innovative, and other things that maybe have crossed your path over the last number of weeks.
No, thank you. The one that comes to mind is Farmery Brewery. They were, of course, on Dragon's Den, but you can actually get hand sanitizer now in beer cans, and quite innovative and doing exceptionally well. Capital K Distilleries produces high-end vodka. Encourage you to partake of their product, but have converted as well. Duha Group is a provider of ink toners and supplies for printing, have converted completely to the production of hand sanitizer, all proceeds of which are being donated to the Grace Hospital Foundation. Another example of companies doing the right thing for the right reasons at the right time. And of course, celebrated Canada Goose making parkas, which is a bit of a requirement in our nation, is now making gowns and other PP&E. And as well, Mondetta is doing the same. I think Winnipeg is indicative of everyone's communities from coast to coast to coast. Business has risen to the challenge and said, how can we help? What do we need to do? And we're going to turn. And also, let's celebrate their employees as well that have risen to the occasion and embrace that opportunity as well. To me, crisis brings out the best and the worst in people. And I think we need to take a moment to stop and celebrate those companies and those employees that have just really shown what Canada is about.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions and responses. We'll turn to Ms. Koutrakis, and following that, I'm going to go to 5 single questions, if we could. First with Mr. St. Marie, then Mr. Julian, then Ms. May, Mr. Fragaskatis, and Mr. Cumming. So Annie, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope to be able to ask questions to 3 different witnesses. My first question is to Mr. Wilson of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters. Mr. Wilson, to what extent has COVID-19 had on the cross-border supply chains needed to manufacture certain products? Are there certain industries feeling the effects of this crisis more than others? And is there anything that the federal government can do to support and protect these supply chains?
Really quickly, they've in the sectors that continue to operate, they've been working fine. I think CBSA, the federal government, has done a really good job. There are big sectors though that aren't operating, aerospace and automotive being 2 of them, which are essentially shut down across North America, and that accounts for probably 40% of the volume across Canada-US border and goods. But the other sectors that do rely on the border, say agri-food, for example, which is the next biggest sector, it's still operating. Everything's fine at the borders. There's been rules put in place to help the trucking community and support the integrated manufacturing sector. So generally speaking, it's working well, and the government's been very responsive.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. That gives me some comfort, and I'm sure to many others as well. My next question is to Mrs. Van Buren of Canadian Construction Association. Beyond the direct financial support from the federal government, what can be done to encourage outside investment in post-COVID infrastructure projects from sources such as the Canada Infrastructure Bank and large pension funds?
Thank you for the question. So the ask that we have is actually to reimburse the costs for federal projects as opposed to financial relief. So it's to share in those costs that they had to do in order to continue with the federal projects. In terms of longer term infrastructure investment, we go back to investor confidence. And when we saw projects like Trans Mountain, which had followed dutifully, we believe, all of the processes and then hit some snags, that is often a signal to the marketplace that Canada may not be as great a place to do business as other sectors. We know certainly that the USA has had a much better tax regime as well. So making Canada confident for investors is the number 1 priority. And also looking at how we can better leverage the investment available from the Canada Infrastructure Bank, so that $35 billion, to help de-risk some of the projects that are out there. One area we'd love to see is helping us with innovation. So construction has been seen as an industry that is not as productive as others. And if one of the mandates for Canada Infrastructure Bank could be to help de-risk the cost of innovation, that would really help us as we come into recovery and better position the industry for the future.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do I have time for one more?
Great, 2 minutes.
Okay. La prochaine question, c'est pour...
My next question is from Mr. Bolduc from the FTQ. What measures have been taken to ensure the health and safety of workers in factories and on construction sites? And do you foresee any health and safety issues? What can the federal government do under its jurisdiction to ensure a safe and healthy workplace? Response. Well, thank you very much for your question, Madam Member of Parliament. Now, from the outset of this health crisis and the return of work of Canadians and Quebecers, health and safety concerns are at the forefront. There's been a broad consultative process undertaken to ensure that workers on construction sites have access to water to wash their hands and also personalised protective equipment. And of course, they must adhere to physical distancing rules. And it's been tough to implement this. We've been floating the idea of returning to work. And of course, the top priority is to protect workers. And in doing so, their families, their friends, their loved ones, their circle is protected also. Now, in response to your second question, the federal government should back up the provinces in obtaining the PPI. Because, the whole world is looking for masks and face shields and also these kinds of gowns, medical gowns. So we need the federal government to step up to the plate and support the provinces. Thank you.
Yep, there you are, Gabriel. We'll go to Mr. St. Marie for one question, Mr. Julian for one question, and Ms. May, and then two others. Mr. Gabriel, Mr. St. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps I didn't get the message through, but Alexi will be asking my question, and the same for the next panel. He'll be asking questions.
Alexi, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to thank all the witnesses for their presentations, but we can't see Alexi. Hold on a second. There you are, Alexi. I'd like to thank all the witnesses for their presentations. My question is directed at Mr. Bolduc. Among the wage earners that you represent, I imagine that there is a large number that didn't get a number of hours of work before the crisis in order to qualify for the CERB. They're in a difficult situation. What should Ottawa do to help those folks? Should they extend the CERB or should they turn to the EI program instead? Well, that's a very interesting question. And earlier I referred to a number of sectors where it's crucial that the CERB be extended. Now, it's been years that we've been calling for the EI program to be completely overhauled. For example, the way that benefit periods are calculated, the amount of the benefits, the appeals process, the process whereby decisions are challenged. We've got a wealth of ideas, but quite clearly the EI program needs to be reviewed and overhauled. We have been decrying this infamous black hole for many years. Seasonal workers, whether it be for hotel sector, tourism sector, fisheries sector, have to live with this tremendous anxiety around this black hole. And we have a number of useful proposals to address the situation in that respect. So I think that's crucial. Thank you very much, Mr. Bolduc.
Peter, you're on. Mr. Julian.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to Mr. Newman. You spoke earlier about the new industrial strategy that we need to be putting into place in Canada, and Mr. Wilson referenced this as well. We need to be making sure we have manufacturing jobs here in Canada and putting in place finally, after decades of waiting, an industrial strategy. How important is that, and what are the key components for the industrial strategy, the manufacturing strategy that we need moving forward?
Well, thanks, Peter, and thanks again for the question. First of all, what I said earlier in regards to manufacturing, we got an opportunity to reset. If you look at the histories that the governments of the day, we don't have a long-term strategy when it comes to manufacturing. I'm just going to share some statistics with you. If you look at over the past 20 years, the GDP from the industrial production has essentially been stagnant over the last 20 years. Manufacturing today roughly accounts for about 10% of Canada's GDP. That's down from 16% from 2000. And if you go back to the 1950s, that we were at 30% of the GDP back in the 1950s. You want to compare that to Germany. Germany today is at in excess of 60% in regards to the GDP with respect to manufacturing. So we've not really focused on it, and here's our opportunity. We've heard a lot of discussions in regards to procurement. I see it every day with the industries that we work in. We work in steel, we work in aluminum, we work in forestry. Why is it that we still cut our logs and ship them across, put them on a ship and send them to Asia, and then come back as a piece of furniture or whatever you may have? Why is it that we're still using steel from China that is going to go to Site C, or is going to go to the LNG, or is going to go to build a bridge in Montreal, or build a bridge in British Columbia? Those are the kind of things that, look, there's no reason when we talk about built in Canada, we should be proud about the kind of work and the abilities that we have to do. We have a strong steel industry. We have aluminum industry. We have a forest industry. The fact is that this is our opportunity. You want to talk about this last week? We just in the process of dealing with the CITT, where there's someone trying to get rid of a order from the CITT on solar panels that are coming from China. Give me a break. The reason they're coming from China because they're cheap. The fact is that we can produce them here in our own backyard. So it's as simple as being able to build windmills, to basically build, you talk about the retrofit, you talk about the green energy. That's what it's all about. But you got to have a strategy from the leaders of the government to basically say, are we going to get into manufacturing and do these things? We wouldn't be in the situation we are with the PPE.
Thank you very much, Ken. And Peter, Ms. May, one question.
Thank you. It's actually a perfect segue from what Mr. Newman was just saying. I'd like to ask Mr. Wilson along the same lines. It seems to me that after this pandemic, we have a real opportunity to rethink our economic strategy as a country. We've been very embedded in the notion of export of raw products. We know that we've had a crisis in productivity and competitiveness, and the more we export of manufactured goods, the better our competitiveness and productivity indexes will be. I'd like to ask Mr. Wilson if he sees an opportunity to have an actual rethink of how we imagine our economy from raw resource exports to more manufacturing and value added.
Thank you very much, Ms. May, for that question. And I think we've spoken about this before, so I think you know that the answer is yes, we should be rethinking all of these things. Look, the bottom line is we don't have to produce everything in Canada for ourselves. I think that idea is a little bit, I think some people are maybe going a little bit too far in those things, but we could be doing a lot more in this country. We can be upscaling things, but even in the development of our natural resources, it's not just about turning logs into lumber that goes into homes. It's about the technology that goes into harvesting the logs and producing the timber in the first place. And so we're so focused on kind of just a narrow niche of what is actually happening in manufacturing and value-added activities. There's a whole wide range of opportunities out there. And so maybe I'll just talk about two. I mentioned a lot of areas of a manufacturing strategy in this country, but maybe I'll mention a couple. First is we need to focus on technology adoption. You mentioned the word competitiveness and productivity. We are laughably behind most of the rest of the world. And we need to do something on this. And if you want to talk about productivity levels, and the bottom line is we're so unproductive, we can't compete with most of the people we're opening our trade agreements with. And that is a big problem. So our share of globalized trade continues to fall because we're not competitive. It costs too much and we're unproductive to make things here. So we need to fix those types of elements. Second, we should be targeting areas where we have natural advantages in, not trying to create brand new things that don't exist or we have no reason to be involved in, but looking at what our resources look like from human capital right through to our natural resources and how we can harness those better. In Southern Ontario, I'm sitting in Guelph, Ontario right now, right in the middle of the heartland of the industrial and technology sector of Canada. Those two sectors barely talk to each other, and yet manufacturing is going to be driven by technology as we go forward and is largely being driven today. There's so much more we can do to drive scale up and innovation in those sectors. So maybe I'll stop there because I know we're running out of time, but absolutely. And I hope the government actually gets around to doing something about it. There's been a lot of conversations and a lot of plans written, but not enough implementation of them in a lot of time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. We'll go to Mr. Cumming and wrap it up with Mr. Fragiskatis. James?
Well, you'll be happy to know, Mr. Chair, that I'm going to direct my question to Mr. Fash, who's been sitting there quite patiently. I spent best part of my career in the construction and development business, and I know it's a grinded out, tight margin, tough business. I know, Scott, you've done some work on red tape and regulation. Can you talk a little bit just briefly about how much of an impediment that is to productivity and profitability for the firms you represent?
Thank you very, very much. And no problem. I understand there's a lot to talk about, so I do not feel bad that I did not get further questions. But no, it's been a substantial focus for not only ourselves, but obviously the current government of Alberta is to reduce red tape. And what I keep hearing from a lot of the builders who've been around for years and years and years is, you know, it used to take me 2 weeks to get this permit, and now I'm a minimum 3 months. When you live in Alberta, or actually most of Canada, and your construction season only lasts about 4 to 5 months, a 3-month delay getting permits is just it's killer. As buildings get more complex through building code, as processes get more complex, these things seem to just be weighing and weighing and weighing. And we've got, you know, new policies and codes at the federal level, then the provincial level, then the local level, and it's basically just this pancaking of policy over and over and over. That are addressing kind of the same problems and making it more complex. And our view and our hope is that coming out of this process, we'll be able to get into a bit of a new normal, or we can maybe rethink some of these things, figure out how we can be a little more strategic in the policies that we really want to focus on, and those that, you know, maybe we don't need to worry about as we try to battle through this recovery. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Just on that point, Scott, I was thinking it when somebody said earlier, part of our problem in government, from my own personal perspective, is there's too much thought goes into process and never enough into results. And we should be trying to get results rather than process. Turning to Mr. Fragiskatis, then go ahead, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know what? The question is actually for Mr. Fash as well. So, Mr. Fash, you gave a great presentation, number of different ideas that you've articulated. What is one key that we can take away as a committee? And then from there recommend to the government one key thing that you think is of paramount importance here that you would put to us, underline and say that this is the most important issue for you and your sector right now. You can focus on Alberta if you wish, but to make it even more general, I think would be beneficial. Looking at the country as a whole, I think a lot of the issues that you've raised are standing out for many home builders right across Canada.
You know, I think consumer confidence is going to play a huge role in the ultimate recovery of my sector in particular, but I know many others. But past that, even prior to COVID-19, the number of businesses, when I would ask them and I'd go meet with them and say, what is the big thing you think is hurting your business? And it kept coming back to over and over and over the mortgage stress test and the mortgage rules. That has, you know, again, when I try to prepare an advocacy strategy, when I try to put things together for annual general meetings, that is the one item they all want to talk about as the item that they believe has impacted their business more negatively than anything else. So I know CHBA National has done a ton of work with MPs from multiple parties trying to come up with some solutions. You know, what I hear often from those members is if we're not going to fix it federally or adjust it federally, we would at least like to see some sort of regionalization that understands or respects the fact that the housing market in Alberta is very different from that of other major centers in Alberta or across Canada, specifically when it relates to housing affordability.
Okay, thank you both. I do have one quick question to the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. Ben, I do think your industry, for whatever reason, there's an awful lot of misunderstanding on your industry and the achievements you have made by way of technology. You said that you could help lead the recovery, and you also said that that what you really need is recognition and support for our industry as part of the solution. Do you want to expand on that a little, and then we'll close?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In terms of leading the recovery, we are a substantive contributor to Canadian GDP across all provinces. And so finding ways to encourage and attract investment in our industry will help substantially in terms of levering growth for Canada, for the Canadian economy, and pulling us out of this very deep protraction from an economic perspective. In terms of recognition for our industry, we have undertaken the most significant investment technology.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think that there's a problem with the interpretation.
Oops, just hold on. What did you say, David?
Speak a bit more slowly.
Just speak a bit more slowly, Ben.
Sure. In terms of recognition and support, what we seek is, I would say, comparable recognition to other jurisdictions about our performance on the environment, on social and governance-related matters, recognizing that our industry can be a key contributor to reducing global GHGs while developing our resource responsibly. And it's something that we would like to see the federal government embrace, work with us collaboratively on to sort of build that prosperity.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll have to close. We are about a minute over time. I want to certainly thank all the witnesses for taking the time, making their presentations today. There has been a lot of policy coming out from government, and as I think everyone recognized, there's also a willingness to improve on the policy as it's been released. So these hearings are quite important to criticism and suggestions up the line to be maybe implemented into a short and long-term policy. So with that, we'll suspend the meeting for a couple of minutes while David brings in the other witnesses and checks them for sound. With that, meeting suspended, and thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings to all our new witnesses, and thank you for being with us. We are currently suspended so we can make tests with you. I'm Alexander Roger, one of the clerks that works with Mr. David Gagnon. We'll start with Andrea Seal, Chief Executive Officer for Canadian Cancer Society, please. If you could just unmute your mic and perhaps say a few words so that we can listen to your audio. Mrs. Seal, are you there? Okay, we'll move to Kelly Masadi, Director of Public Issues of the Canadian Cancer Society.
Hi there, I'm here.
Okay, if you could just keep talking just a bit. I think you're breaking up.
Sure, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could just
great. No, you're really echoing. So I don't
okay.
Hear everybody else.
Okay. So if you could just keep talking and the interpretation, we'll see if they can have a good audio.
Sure, I can keep talking. And I know that Andrea is there as well because I've been texting her. I'm also hearing a huge echo from my own self.
Okay. Bastien, how's the sound?
There just seems to be a slight connection issue with Miss Masadi. There was 2 connections for her, so can she please try again for sound?
Go ahead, Miss Masadi, if you can unmute your mic. We can't hear you. You need to unmute the microphone. There's still no sound. At the bottom left of there you go. If you could just say a few words.
I can say a few words, but now I can't see you any longer. It's like I've been kicked out.
Okay. We can hear you, yes.
So I just have thank you for attending the meeting on my screen.
Okay, we'll have one of our technicians call you if possible.
Perfect. And maybe do you want me to sign out and try to...
Yeah, try to sign out and come back, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay.
And Andrea should be there because I have been texting back and forth, so I don't know if she's having a similar problem.
Mrs. Seal, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. If you could just talk about the weather to let us know how the...
Well, it's nice and sunny here in Vancouver, and I got my flowers here, so I'm doing well.
Great. Bastien, est-ce que ça te va, Madame Seeley?
Coming in loud and clear. Thank you, Ms. Seeley.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to Shimon Koffler-Fogel of the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted to join you from Ottawa. I see you, I hear you. I hope the same is on your side.
Good. Bastien, is the sound good?
Mr. Fogel, is there? Would you happen to have a headset you could use for today's meeting?
No, I could use my AirPods, but I was told you prefer not.
If you have them nearby, could you maybe try to use them, see if that improves quality? Because right now with your built-in microphone, we're getting a little bit of humming and background noise when you're speaking.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. They just need a second to click in. How about now? Is this any better for you?
Can you keep speaking for maybe 5-10 seconds just so we get a better reading?
Oh, you're going to regret that because then I'm going to speak for way too long when I'm asked to offer some comments. Are you able to hear now? Better than before?
It seems a little bit better than before, yes. Thank you.
Okey-doke.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move to Miss National Chief Robert Bertrand from the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. Mr. Bertrand?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you talk about the weather? See if we can hear you loud and clear.
Here in beautiful Fort Collonge, it's very cool. I think it's about 3 or 4 outside, but it's nice and sunny. And but they are predicting snow for this weekend up in this area here. So we will just have to wait and see and get our shovels out.
How does that sound, Bastien?
Hi, Chief Bertrand. We're hearing you loud and clear. Maybe, if possible, your microphone is on the wire that's connected to your earphone. So maybe just move it a little bit closer to your mouth when you're speaking. That will help us. Otherwise, the sound is good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
That's
11,
better. Thank
12.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move with Doug Roth. Oh, sorry, Peter Davis of H&R Block Canada, please. Mr. Davis.
Hi, hope you guys can hear me. We had some trouble earlier during the testing period. Weather is fantastic in Calgary. I think we're supposed to be getting some snow in a few days as well, though, so I'm going to enjoy it while I can.
Hi, Mr. Davis. So same reminder as I said earlier, if you could move your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth.
Okay, how's that?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. We'll move to Doug Roth, Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, please. Mr. Roth.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I'm calling in from southwestern Ontario, where it's a cloudy 11 degrees and better outlook ahead over the next couple of days, I hope.
Hi, Mr. Roth. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. We will move to Manuel Arango from Heart and Stroke again. Mr. Arango, go ahead.
Hello. I don't have a headset, but I'm not the main speaker, so hopefully that will be okay.
Sound seems to be okay, Mr. Arango. If you do have to speak, just make sure to speak slowly, clearly and loudly if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arango. We will move to Mike McNanny of the National Airlines Council of Canada, please. Mr. McNanny.
Hi, Mike McNanny here. The weather outside is pleasant. The temperature in my dining room, which has been my office for the past several weeks, is extremely hot. So I've had to take off my jacket so I'm not pouring with sweat before the meeting actually begins. And that is probably more information than you wanted.
The sound was very, very low for me, but if the interpretation is okay with it.
It was very low here in the room in Ottawa as well. Maybe can you check which microphone is selected, Mr. McNanny? If you go on the bottom of your screen next to the microphone button, there should be an arrow pointing up. And if you click on that, you'll see which microphone is selected.
It looks like headset. So it's saying headset.
That's much better now.
Yeah, much better. So when you're speaking, just make sure to have the microphone close to your mouth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNanny. We will move to Mr. Littler of the Retail Council of Canada, please. Mr. Littler there? I don't seem to find you in my screen. Okay, so Mr. Chair, we're only missing one witness, the Retail Council of Canada. They don't seem to be Carl Littler, Vice President. Oh, here he is. I'll admit him just a second. Hello, Mr. Littler. Welcome to the committee. Could you unmute your mic, please?
Yes, there we go.
There we go. And now if you could just talk about the weather, we will be testing the sound to make sure that we can hear you fine.
The surface is fine and powdery.
Can you just talk a little more?
Sure, I'm happy to. Am I audible at a reasonable level? I don't know whether I can adjust my mic.
Hi, Mr. Littler. Bastien here in the room in Ottawa. I'm wondering, do you have a microphone you're using or a headset you could use for today's meeting?
I could use a headset, sure.
Yeah, could we maybe try with the headset?
Yeah. How's that?
Hello?
Keep speaking for a few seconds, please.
Sure. So unfortunately, it's not earbuds because I haven't set them up on this. But.
The sound is very low for me. Mr. Littler, if you could take your mic and bring it close to your mouth to see if we could hear better.
And you sure it's not my volume on my computer? Hello?
That's better.
Yeah,
that's much better when you have the microphone closer to your mouth. It's hanging a little bit low on the wire there, so please make sure to bring it up to mouth level when you're speaking.
Great. So we've tested everyone. Mr. Littler, we'll ask you to put yourself on mute for now. And Mr. Chair, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you all. Then we'll call the meeting back to order. And so witnesses, welcome to meeting number 25, panel number 2, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. I'll just read the order of reference that we're operating under. An order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th. The committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So to save time, we have 7 witnesses. We'll go right to witnesses, and I would ask witnesses to try and hold their comments very tight if they can to the 5 minutes so that we have plenty of time for questions. Then we'll start with the Canadian Cancer Society, Andrea Seal, Chief Executive Officer, and Kelly Masati, Director. Andrea, are you on?
Yes, I am. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today on the needs of the charitable sector and to share perspective from one of this country's largest charities. My name is Andrea Seal. I'm the CEO of the Canadian Cancer Society. The pandemic is testing us in more ways than we ever thought possible, and we're rising to the challenge on many fronts. It's exposed vulnerabilities and sharpened our focus. And I'm very happy to see that so many of the people who support our most vulnerable have taken their rightful place as our real life superheroes. And I'm happy to see that our healthcare system is evolving quickly, and elected officials such as yourselves and governments across the country have really shown incredible leadership. But charities are in a dire situation. It's estimated that registered charities in Canada will lose between $9.5 and $15.7 billion and will lay off more than 100,000 staff as a result of the pandemic. Job losses in occupations related to the nonprofit sector are already 1.4 times higher than in the rest of the economy. The Canadian Cancer Society is one of the largest charitable organizations in the country, and I can truly tell you that we have never faced a greater financial challenge in our 80-year history. The hundreds of fundraising events that we've had to cancel across the country have led us to forecast a drop in donations of between $80 and $100 million for the year ahead. That's roughly half of our budget. We've already laid off more than a third of our staff, and we've closed community offices across the country. And with projections that the economic downturn will continue for some time, we're really being forced to overhaul and reduce programs. Organizations in the charitable sector, as you all know, we care for Canada's most vulnerable populations, and we fill in where the social safety net and our healthcare system falls short. And I think charities are really too important to the fabric of Canada and to our global community to be forgotten during this crisis. And the steps taken to date have been helpful, but are not enough. The Canadian Cancer Society is the only national charitable organization that's dedicated to funding life-saving research on all cancers, to advancing cancer prevention health policy that saves millions of lives, and we provide essential support services to the 1 in 2 Canadians who will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetimes. And in addition to this mission, our organization, like so many others in the charitable sector, values efficiency and good management. We've led the consolidation of the cancer charity sector to reduce duplication, to ensure that donor dollars are well spent. We've amalgamated 3 of the largest cancer charities in the country in the last few years. That's the Canadian Breast Cancer Foundation and Prostate Cancer Canada. And since COVID-19, the services that we offer, like our toll-free helpline and our online peer support community, have been in very high demand because people with cancer are facing isolation and anxiety as the pandemic is so greatly impacting the healthcare system that they rely on. They're also isolated from their usual support networks. Their clinical trials are canceled. Their treatment is being delayed. Some tell us that they feel like they're collateral damage of the pandemic. Others say that they feel like they're on the Titanic and only those with COVID-19 are getting into the lifeboats. So while their needs have never been greater, our reduced fundraising dollars mean that we're struggling to provide them support and to make the difference we know we need to make for those living with cancer. The cancer's not taking a break during the pandemic, and of course, neither are we. We are here to help take pressure off the healthcare system and to help patients cope. And we see the need extending for many months as the healthcare system deals with a backlog. So I ask you to please consider the requests that you've heard from Imagine Canada and from other leaders in the charitable sector, and also from the Canadian Cancer Society and our submission to this committee, which targets the important needs of people with cancer and their caregivers. And specifically, we're seeking funding to work in partnership with government to be able to continue to provide these support services for the 1 million+ Canadians who are living with and beyond cancer. We're really here to help, and I'm looking forward to any questions, and I really thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Turning then to the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, Shimon Koffer-Fogel, President and CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all members of the committee for welcoming CJA's participation in this important conversation. The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, known widely as CEJA, is the advocacy agent of the Jewish Federations of Canada. We're a national, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization representing more than 150,000 Jewish Canadians affiliated through local federations from coast to coast. Federations are in many ways the united way of the Jewish community. They're a one-stop shop for philanthropic giving, enabling community members to support a diversity of charitable projects. Canada's Jewish federations collectively raise well over $120 million every year for services, programs, and initiatives to support the most vulnerable Canadians from all walks of life. The beneficiaries include people with disabilities, low-income families, seniors, Holocaust survivors, youth, educational and cultural programs, and in the wake of this pandemic, emergency initiatives and programs to support those impacted by COVID-19. Jewish federations are the central pillar of the Jewish life in Canada, sustaining our vibrant community. The service agencies and community institutions they support have been conducting essential frontline work since this crisis began. I'd be remiss by not beginning with a strong expression of deep appreciation to the government officials, ministers, members of parliament, and political staff who've worked countless hours to design and implement programs that we're discussing here today. The government has to be commended for the work it has done that has saved millions of Canadians from financial ruin and worse as we combat the COVID-19 pandemic. It's in that spirit that I appear here today to address constructively several shortcomings in the programs and offer our solutions to them. As was the case during past crises, Canadians should come together during this time, and with the understanding that government alone cannot resolve this crisis. We all have to collectively step up to the plate and work together to help the most vulnerable among us to get through this unprecedented challenge. The strength of the partnerships between government, civil society, the private sector, and the charitable and not-for-profit sectors will determine the extent to which Canadians are able to get through this crisis and move towards recovery and renewal. It's in this spirit of partnership, I would like to highlight a number of areas where government programs and the partnership between government and frontline community-led initiatives can be strengthened. The first issue is the accessibility of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy for the not-for-profit and charitable sector, which remains largely excluded from this crucial program due to eligibility requirements. The requirement to demonstrate a 30% reduction in revenue within a 1-month period is causing serious challenge within the charitable and not-for-profit sector. This sector survives on seasonal fundraising campaigns, donations, and grants. Fluctuating revenue streams make it exceedingly difficult to demonstrate the required 30% reduction in revenue within a 1-month timeframe. And seasonal businesses such as summer camps and schools are in a similarly perilous position in terms of their ability to demonstrate this reduction in revenue. Our recommendation is to allow organizations and seasonal businesses unable to demonstrate this reduction within 1 month to receive the subsidy based upon a 12-month period. If after 12 months they don't meet the 30% reduction, they will pay back a prorated amount based upon the differential between the 30% and their actual shortfall. I'd like to highlight 2 ways in which the shortcomings of CEWS eligibility will directly impact the population, one which has been largely absent from the conversation about CEWS, and that's our children. Twice they will be affected by these shortcomings, first during the school year and then during the summer. Many of us here today are sitting in home offices while our children sit in a virtual Zoom classroom. The school year has continued, albeit online, because public schools have retained their teaching staff. The situation with private schools, however, is different. There are numerous reasons why parents send their children to private schools, whether they believe in a school's educational philosophy or the child has unique learning needs, or they seek to preserve their children's cultural and linguistic heritage as part of our multicultural mosaic. These parents are increasingly struggling to pay tuition due to the crisis. Private schools, which rely on revenue from tuition to pay teachers, specialists, and other core educational staff, are experiencing mounting financial pressure. Even a virtual classroom needs a teacher. Accessing CEWS would alleviate this pressure. However, CEWS eligibility has become muddled when it comes to private schools. Due to a contradiction in the criteria set out by the government, private schools are being erroneously categorized as public institutions because the criteria do not differentiate between public and private schools. Private schools, however, are not public institutions, nor are they funded in the same way as public schools. Many of them are registered charities or not-for-profits, which are eligible for CEWS. And it's noteworthy that the current government criteria differentiates between public and private universities. The same clarification should be made for public and private schools. Compounding this issue are instances of CRA officials giving contradictory advice directly to private schools. This is a dire issue for many parents. We cannot allow students to be denied access to quality education because their school was unable to retain its teaching staff through the pandemic period, due to the ambiguity in the wage subsidy program. Second instance when children will be impacted by the shortcomings of the wage subsidy is quickly approaching: summer camp and summer schools. These providers of formative experiences, environmental education, and lasting memories for our children are struggling to meet the requirements necessary to access CEWS, just as not-for-profits and charities are. As seasonal businesses, summer camps are caught in a perilous situation whereby they make the majority of their revenue within only a few months. This means thousands of children may be home this summer, including those from low-income families who, through financial assistance, can access the same experiences as other children, and those with physical or developmental disabilities who experience the joys of summer camp through specialized programs. For camps to be closed due to the health risks stemming from COVID-19 is understandable. For the entire camping industry to be financially ruined because their revenue structure makes them ineligible for CEWS is not. The wage subsidy was meant to provide necessary assistance to Canadian employers, including not-for-profits and charities and seasonal businesses. Whether they're restricted by the required 1-month loss in revenue or the unclear wording in the eligibility criteria, it's vital that government rectify these issues in order to avoid an unintended negative impact on Canadian children. Second issue is the rapidly increasing demand on the services of not-for-profits and charities, occurring alongside a reduction in resources, donations, and employees. The widening gap between the demand and resources will directly impact the most vulnerable in our communities. The needs of the not-for-profit and charitable sector must not be an afterthought. The sector is central in our ability to get through this crisis and will be a pillar in our rebuilding. The $350 million provided by the Emergency Community Support Fund is an important step, but more must be done. We're recommending the establishment of a direct granting program of approximately $4 to $6 billion to ensure the critical services provided by these organizations and agencies can continue. A strategic investment in this sector would benefit all Canadians and would ease the burden on government at all levels. Having established the centrality of the charitable and not-for-profit sector, I offer our third and final recommendation: support for charitable giving. This reinforces the importance of the vital partnership between government and individual Canadians in getting our country back on its feet. The feeling of civic obligation and community values is strong amongst Canadians, and those who are able to provide assistance are asking how they can do so. Now's the time to harness this energy and generosity of spirit. The government has a crucial role to play in encouraging all Canadians to support charitable organizations, even those who, because of the crisis, have diminished capacity to give. This can be achieved by temporarily enhancing the tax credit for charitable giving, which would provide a lifeline for charities struggling to continue operations at a time when their services are needed most. A second way is through a donor matching program, whereby the government matches donations from Canadians to the charitable sector. Both of these options provide crucial assistance to the sector while empowering Canadians to partner with the government and support the most vulnerable amongst us through this unprecedented crisis and towards recovery. Mr. Chair, once again, I'd like to thank committee members for considering our perspective and for your dedication to ensuring that public policy effectively supports the charitable sector. And I too would welcome any questions, comments, or reflections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fogel. Turning then to the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, Chief Robert Bertram. Bob, a former colleague in the House of Commons, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, and fellow witnesses, my name is Robert Bertrand, and I am the National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal People, or CAP, as we would like to call it. I would like to extend my thanks for this invitation and to those who have worked to bring us here this afternoon. Mr. Chair, we appreciate your invitation to appear. We would also like to thank Peter Julian for your recent work in Parliament to ensure the urban Indigenous population is heard. Since 1971, CAP has fought for the rights, interests, and needs of off-reserve status and non-status Indians, Métis, and Southern Inuit people. In 2016, the Cap Daniels Supreme Court decision unanimously ruled that non-status and Métis people are Indians under the Constitution and an area of federal responsibility. In 2018, CAP signed a renewed political accord with the Government of Canada to ensure our people are included in federal policy. CAP is also the national voice for our 10 provincial and territorial affiliates. They work with their respective provincial and territorial governments to advocate for their constituents. They are service providers in areas such as housing, education, employment, language, and others. Our communities have been historically known as the forgotten people, and this has not changed even during the present pandemic. In the past, this referred to Indigenous peoples excluded from the Indian Act, treaties, and land claims agreement. But today, we also have to add to those excluded from the government's distinction-based approach to the list. In March, government announced a $305 million support package for Indigenous peoples dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. Of this amount, $290 million was designated for distinction-based organization, which represents about 500,000 Indigenous peoples across Canada. Less than 5% or $15 million was designated for supporting off-reserve and urban Indigenous population, a group, Mr. Chair, of over 1 million people. $15 a person is not enough for any meaningful support programs for one of the most marginalized groups in Canada. I don't need to reiterate the poverty, chronic health issues, over-policing, and discrimination faced by our Indigenous people. CAP itself has been told we will receive only $250,000 after a competitive bureaucratic process that pitted off-reserve organizations against each other. This amount would be enough to provide those in need among our people with approximately $3 per capita. We are encouraged to hear that the government acknowledges the initial $15 million for urban Indigenous communities was insufficient. CAP said as much when the funding levels were announced back in March. Despite the promise of more funding, we are left with a few pressing questions. First, how much will be made more available? Second, when is it going to reach our people who have been waiting since mid-March? And lastly, when will the government address the distinction-based approach that created this problem in the first place and include all the national Indigenous organizations as equal, Mr. Chair? Our people should have known about funding levels and timelines months ago. Implementing programs takes time that is wasted while people's health and lives are threatened. The distinction-based model continues to be a problem and a barrier for our constituents with more recent announcements. New funding is rolled out without representatives of urban Indigenous peoples being consulted. Government has announced another $70 million in distinction-based Indigenous student aid funding that our constituents will not be able to access. Also, $306 million in Indigenous business support is flowing through groups that exclude most of our membership as well. What CAP is asking is that all Indigenous peoples must be considered when creating public policy. We urge federal and provincial territorial governments to engage CAP, our PTOs, and our constituents to design programs rather than restricting access to only a handful of organizations. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today because consultation on issues that impact all Indigenous people is something that CAP strives for in our work as a national Indigenous organization. Mr. Chair, we will not be forgotten. Miigwech, merci, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. Turning to H&R Block Canada Incorporated, Peter Davis, Associate VP Government and Stakeholder Relations. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the other committee members for the opportunity to appear today. Our company is the largest assisted tax preparation firm in Canada. During tax season, we have approximately 1,100 service locations, both company and independent franchises, with nearly 10,000 associates operating coast to coast to assist Canadians with their taxes year-round. As a result of the COVID-19 global pandemic, this tax season has been like no other in Canadian history. Throughout this crisis, H&R Block Canada has remained in frequent communication with the Canada Revenue Agency to ensure Canadians are still able to file. In the early days of the crisis, our company immediately responded by implementing additional sanitary and social distancing measures in all of our locations. Once the full implications of COVID-19 were announced by public health officials, H&R Block Canada's office network transitioned to a national drop-off model, thereby allowing Canadians to safely and securely drop their tax documents off at any of our locations where they could be prepared and filed by our tax professionals. This approach has allowed us to establish a balance of safety by ensuring social distancing while being able to continue serving Canadians with filing their taxes in a safe and efficient manner. In mid-April, H&R Block Canada deployed nationwide an upload from home service that permits Canadians to upload their tax documents to a secure online portal where their returns can be prepared and filed virtually by our tax professional, all from the comfort and safety of their homes. Our upload from home and national drop-off services would not be possible this tax season were it not for the CRA's willingness to take important steps to permit our industry to better assist Canadians with their taxes during the crisis. For example, in late March, the CRA announced its intention to begin recognizing electronic signatures for the T183 form, which previously had to be signed in person by millions of Canadians every year to authorize tax preparers to file their taxes. Tax Filer Empowerment Canada, the leading industry association for Canada's tax preparation and software industry, has closely collaborated with the CRA and other key government stakeholders to advance the use of electronic signatures in tax filing. According to government statistics, in the 2019 calendar year, nearly 17.5 million Canadians filed their taxes with the assistance of a tax preparer, representing nearly 58% of the tax filing population. Taking this into consideration, it is paramount during this time of social distancing and staying at home that Canadians have the option to work virtually with a tax preparer to have their taxes prepared and filed. Given the breadth of challenges our country and the world are currently facing resulting from COVID-19, why is H&R Block Canada investing considerable resources to develop new approaches for Canadians to file and working to raise awareness on the importance of filing? Simply put, many Canadians unfortunately find themselves out of work as a result of business closures stemming from COVID-19 and need immediate access to financial support. It is now more important than ever that Canadians file their taxes in order to receive their refunds and benefits. In 2019, the average refund received by Canadians was $1,800. This almost equates to 1 month of full support under the Government of Canada's new emergency response benefit. For many Canadians, their tax refund will be a significant financial support to help them manage everyday life through this crisis. It is for this reason that H&R Block Canada has been strongly advocating to provincial governments and the Government of Canada that tax preparation be deemed an essential service. I am pleased to report that, as of today, tax preparation remains a permitted service in all provinces throughout Canada. With under a month left in Canada's extended tax season, government statistics indicate that at the end of this April, over 5 million less Canadians have filed their taxes compared to last year. It is likely that of these 5 million Canadians, some are lower income, particularly since COVID-19 has resulted in the closure of tax clinics throughout Canada. To fill this critical gap, H&R Block Canada recommends that the Government of Canada closely collaborate with Tax Filer Empowerment Canada and other industry stakeholders to determine how best to ensure lower income Canadians file their taxes in order to ensure they do not forego their benefits. To this end, some initiatives to consider may be a joint government industry awareness raising campaign to encourage lower income Canadians to file. In addition, there may be opportunities worth exploring for industry to work with the federal government to support virtual tax clinics. The message I would like to leave this committee today is that Canada's tax filing system has stood up remarkably well in the face of the COVID-19 global pandemic, and the CRA has been responsive to industry input to implement measures to better assist Canadians with filing this tax season. We recommend that this committee also support collaborative efforts between the federal government and the tax preparation and software industry to ensure that Canada's most vulnerable are able to file their taxes and receive their benefits in a timely manner. On behalf of H&R Block Canada, thank you again, Mr. Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that committee members may have.
Thank you very much, Peter. Turning then to the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, Doug Roth, Chief Executive Officer, and Manuel Arango, former neighbor in the West Block or somewhere. Manny, go ahead, Doug.
Sure. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the invitation. I'd like to speak briefly on 3 topics today. First of all, Heart and Stroke's work during the pandemic. Secondly, the financial impact to our sector and to ourselves. And third, the impact of federal incentives to date and the need for further investments. The current pandemic has demonstrated that our work is more needed than ever. Those that are living with conditions of heart disease and stroke are among the most vulnerable and have the highest mortality rates of COVID-19. Our teams have worked to pivot quickly in terms of providing to meet the needs of both patients and their caregivers through webinars, web-based tools, videos, direct outreach, and our online peer-to-peer communities. We have been a source of credible, easy to understand information and guidance for our populations to stay safe, eat healthy, and to access key services during this pandemic. We've also seen alarming drops in patients going to emergency rooms. And therefore, as a result, we've been raising public awareness for Canadians that are experiencing signs of heart disease and stroke, that if they see these signs, it's absolutely critical that they get emergency medical attention right away. Next, I want to highlight the financial strain on our sector and on our organization. And this will highlight with some of the other comments that you've heard today. You know, health charities as a subset of the sector, our coalition together, we have $670 million in revenue per year as a coalition. We employ 2,500 Canadians, and we support 2.9 million patients. To date, the health charities in our coalition are being impacted by a 50% revenue drop due to fundraising efforts impacted by COVID-19, as well as the economic hardships. At Heart and Stroke, following the public health guidelines, we too, as others, canceled all of our in-person fundraising events, which was a direct hit this spring and summer of over $25 million to our budget. As well, like others, we're seeing immediate drop to fundraising sources outside of our event-based fundraising. Our annual research budget this year, which would have been $33 million, is heavily at risk. And like others, we've been forced to make very difficult decisions about staffing. Last month, we laid off over 200 employees, which was about 45% of our staff. And as Andrea Seal mentioned in her comments a few minutes ago, in our 60 plus years as a leading health charity, we've never seen the financial hardship we're seeing right now. Now, we are greatly appreciative of assistance delivered by the federal government, both the wage subsidy program and the Emergency Community Support Fund. The wage subsidy program is absolutely being helpful. It's allowed us to keep more staff than we otherwise could, but clearly not all, as I've mentioned. And we're in early discussions to see if potentially some of our programs might qualify for the Community Support Fund. But unfortunately, many of our core costs are not being supported. Rent is an example. And while we thank the government for bringing forward the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the reality is it doesn't benefit us and many others. As you probably know, you need to have a 70% drop in revenue. You can't be an organization with over 20 million in revenue, and your landlord needs to subsidize some of your payments. So that means that Heart and Stroke doesn't qualify, but also, believe that many other charities don't qualify. And our hope is that in the same way, after the wage subsidy was announced and then our sector was consulted and the stipulations were adapted, we're hopeful that there could be similar discussions on the rent program as well. Now, as you heard last week from Imagine Canada's testimony, the charitable sector overall needs $8 to $10 billion in what we're calling an emergency stabilization funding. We strongly support this request at Heart and Stroke. And in addition to both the wage subsidy and the community support funds, there are other specific initiatives that we believe could make a real difference for the charitable and nonprofit sector. 3 examples of those initiatives would be, first, a grants and contribution program designed to help cover immediate and urgent core costs and health research programs. Second, similar to Shimon mentioned, a mechanism that would further incentivize Canadians to be more generous in their donations, whether that's, as he mentioned as well, through a matching program or through increasing the donation tax credit. We'd be in favor of that to help Canadians be more generous. And thirdly, we see that there could potentially be a carve-out of the overall stabilization fund that could support health charities specifically. In particular, our Health Charities Coalition is seeking direct investments of up to $28 million per month, which represents the revenues lost of the entire coalition each month since March 2020. This investment would allow our staff to continue to support patients, to look at restarting our fundraising, and protecting our gains in research. The support would allow our organizations to recover and to be a health and economic success story. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to the discussion.
Mr. Chair, I think you need to unmute.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Can't get it there, finally. I should have left it off mute, I guess. Thank you, Doug. National Airlines Council of Canada, Mike McNaney, President and CEO. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by thanking the committee for the opportunity to appear as a witness today as you continue your hearings concerning the pandemic. The National Airlines Council of Canada represents Canada's largest airlines, Air Canada, Air Transat, Jazz Aviation LP, and WestJet. We promote safe, sustainable, and competitive air travel.
Mike, just to interrupt for a sec, slow down a little bit and speak a wee bit louder.
As an airline, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to bring us in on time for it, so I'll slow it down.
Good. Don't worry.
And WestJet. We promote safe, sustainable, and competitive air travel by advocating for the development of policies, regulations, and legislation to foster a world-class transportation system. Collectively, our member airlines carry over 80 million passengers annually, directly employ over 60,000 people, and are a critical component of Canada's overall air transport and tourism sector, which supports more than 630,000 jobs. Our industry is reeling from the pandemic. It is a crisis unlike any we have experienced before. We have approximately 90% of capacity eliminated from the marketplace. There are billions of dollars worth of aircraft sitting parked on the ground. Thousands of employees have been impacted. Little revenue is coming in, and carriers are burning through cash. There is also no clear path forward and clear path ahead as to when and how things may start slowly to improve. A strong Canadian aviation sector is critical for our overall economic recovery. We support tens of thousands of jobs across every region of the country in communities large and small, and across every sector of the economy. Every job in every industry is, of course, important. The strategic significance of aviation lies in its well-established ability to support and promote economic growth across all sectors of the economy. Countries around the world have recognized this fact and have announced various initiatives over the past several weeks to support the sector, precisely because they will be relying on aviation to play a critical role in their economic recovery. In Canada, our industry has been very appreciative of the broad support measures the government has introduced, in particular the Wage Subsidy Support Program, which our members are utilizing. Over the past several weeks, the federal government has noted publicly that it is examining measures to support particularly hard-hit industries, including airlines. We are asking the government to move quickly and provide the industry with its plans. It is important to note that as we enter 2020, after years of continuous investment in new aircraft, new routes, and increased frequency to communities large and small across the country, our economy was more connected through aviation than it has ever been to communities across Canada and the world, with all the economic and social benefits that entails. This expansion required successful investment of billions of dollars in capital, in employees, in operations, and in suppliers in every region of the country. We are in this crisis today not because of bad decisions by companies that have led to financial difficulty, but because of the economic chaos caused by the pandemic, as well as the closing of borders and imposition of travel restrictions. Aviation is hit particularly hard, as the government has noted, because it is very capital intensive and is, of course, also a highly regulated business for obvious safety and operational reasons. As we have seen demonstrated by our G7 partners, as well as our trading partners around the world, the industry will not get through this unprecedented crisis without government involvement. To close, our members are focused on working with the government and this parliamentary committee to support a process that allows us to begin moving back to what aviation is meant to do, support the employment of hundreds of thousands of Canadians across the country in communities large and small, support our economic growth and connectivity, not just within Canada, but to the world, and aggressively support our overall recovery from the pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNaney. Turning to the last witness, then, the Retail Council of Canada, Carl Littler. Carl, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the committee for today's opportunity to present a retail perspective amidst this crisis. For those unfamiliar with Retail Council, we represent small, medium, and large retail businesses with presence in every community across the country. Our members' sales represent over 70% of retail. Since 1962, we represent more than 45,000 storefronts in all formats, including department, grocery, specialty, discount, independent retailers, and online merchants. Lastly, and importantly in this context, retail employs over 2 million Canadians, making ours the largest private sector employer in Canada. Retail is by no means unique in being severely challenged by COVID-19. Where we think retail is distinct is there being two very different situations faced by the main parts of our sector, which we can title essential on the one hand and discretionary on the other. The essentials part of our industry has robust revenues in this environment, particularly in grocery and pharmacy. They do face a multitude of operational challenges, including supply chain and HR issues, PPE sourcing, adaptation of workplaces, and with major increases in their cost structure. But their viability is not in question. By contrast, the discretionary part of our sector, ranging from apparel to furniture and appliances, electronics, toys, books, and so on, has been devastated by the COVID-19 crisis. This is partly due to shifting consumer spending and reduced incomes for citizens, but primarily because of being shuttered by order of public authorities. Some derive income from e-commerce, but with constraints on curbside activity in the two largest provinces, and the consumer focus on essentials, e-commerce revenues are a pale shadow of their former income from bricks and mortar operations. Colloquially, they're often referred to as retail stores. And of course, it is their very stores that have been lost to them in this period. It's on that topic that I'd like to speak today. RCC and its members greatly appreciate the effort that the government has put into programs like CERB and CEWS to provide income safeguards for Canadians and to help avert much wider layoffs and allow the rehiring of many employees. But the reality is that with limited or no income from operations, retailers can't keep going simply by receiving generous assistance to pay employees. Even with taxes and in some cases utilities deferred, the meter continues to run on their rent even when no one is coming through the door. The CECRA program is an important step for severely impaired small retailers, but one that is limited by enterprise size, rental footprint, and by 70% income loss threshold. When CECRA was announced on April 24th, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "We will also have more to say in the coming days about rent support for larger businesses." Sticking the landing of that policy decision is critical, not only to larger retailers, but also to those smaller retailers who do not fit within the parameters of the CECRA program. Simply put, retailers without income or severely reduced revenues have no ability to pay rent. Not only does this jeopardize their tenure in the very stores that they will need in order to emerge from the crisis, it jeopardizes many of the million-plus jobs in the discretionary retail sector. Non-payment of rent also ripples through a complex ecosystem involving commercial real estate, individual and institutional investors, and pension beneficiaries, and upon governments, especially the municipalities who are dependent on the commercial tax base. There may be a misconception that large retailers are sitting on a pool of cash. In reality, most enter the crisis with 30 to 60 days worth of cash on hand, most of which has been exhausted already. Retailers' ability to turn to commercial debt solutions is exceedingly limited. Unless a retailer owns its own real estate, its only securitizable assets are its account receivables and its inventory. At the moment, receivables are at or close to zero. As to inventories, many are seasonal and most are locked up in stores and warehouses. It's uncertain when they can be sold and whether consumers will have the income or the orientation to spend on discretionary items. In those circumstances, commercial loans are unavailable, or they're so expensive interest-wise that retailers will not be able to carry that burden into the recovery period, especially when competing against international e-commerce juggernauts. That's why it's critical that the government orient part of the additional liquidity that it spoke to and can provide to a purpose-built loan program on reasonable terms, allowing retailers the time to dig themselves out of the hole and repay those loans. We understand that there's limited fiscal capacity to provide grants to industry. The federal government's capacity to borrow at lower rates of interest and to profile loan repayment in keeping with economic recovery is the essential element. And if anyone tries to tell you that there are big distinctions here between small, mid, and large retailers on this, the absence of revenues, the ticking meter of rental costs, and the inability to borrow on reasonable terms affects the whole sector. If you have 10 employees or 10,000, the difference is essentially just one of scale, with the latter simply being 1,000 times as large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carol, for that. Thank you, all the witnesses, for your presentations. We will go to 6-minute rounds first. I do think we have the time. We'll start with Mr. Morantz, then Ms. Katrakis, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. Marty, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and very interesting presentations from all of you. Mr. Fogel, I think I'd like to start with you, and I want to thank you for your excellent presentation. I think it's important to understand that clearly the charitable sector, like many others, is in deep trouble. But it's not just the charities. At the end of the day, it boils down to the individuals that are served by the charities and the effect that it will have on them and their families. So it's critically important that this sector get assistance. And I think government has a very important role to play in that. But we know government can't do everything in a crisis of this magnitude, which is why I really like the suggestion about increasing the tax credit on charitable giving. And I'm just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, and if you have any thoughts about where that might go. I know with charitable, with political donations, for example, you get a 75% tax credit on the first $400. Could you maybe comment on that firstly?
So I think that this flows from a principle that I tried to articulate in my brief presentation, and that is I find particularly attractive the idea of government partnering with the private sector and really serving as an enabler for the engagement of individuals and Canadians across the country to give expression to their desire to make a contribution. So the idea of boosting the level of tax credit that a person would benefit from when they filed their returns, and hopefully we'll play catch up on the H&R Block statistic of 5 million behind, but it serves as an incentive for individuals to say, yes, I will make that contribution and I will get some recognition for it. And it's a way for me to participate in helping other Canadians. I think what was really important about the preface of your question was the principle that here you're not just looking for a handout for a particular sector. Not that I'm being dismissive or diminishing the importance of providing those kinds of support, but there's the double impact on those who are in the sector and on those to whom they're delivering service. So I think this is simply one way for us to be able to help facilitate some of that support.
Thank you. And along that line of reasoning, another idea that I've been considering, and I have had some discussions with stakeholders around the question of foundations. Foundations currently have assets across the country in excess of about $80 billion. And at one time, and the government through the Income Tax Act regulates what the disbursement quota is for foundations. So for example, currently it's 3.5% of their assets. Back in 2004, it was 4.5%. It got reduced at that time. I'm just wondering what you think of the idea, and I know foundations are trying to step up, but government does have the ability to say, on a temporary basis, to help Canadians and charities get through this crisis, and not just relying on government in accordance with the line of reasoning that we've been hearing for the most part throughout this conversation. What about the idea of asking foundations to do a little more, perhaps a short-term increase in the disbursement quota of 1%? On $80 billion would be about $800 million that can go in the economy and wouldn't cost the government anything. Just wondering what you might think of a concept like that.
So I think that it's consistent with the overall approach of creating a platform that incentivizes Canadians to participate more generally. But anecdotally, I will tell you, maybe I'm negotiating against myself here. To the extent that I've had discussions with those who are affiliated with foundations, they have stepped up significantly in terms of providing assistance. I know in the Jewish community experience, foundations, whether they're community foundations or institutions like the Azrieli Foundations, have gone well beyond the minimum disbursement requirements that they operate with in order to provide emergency relief.
Yeah, and I do recognize that as well. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you while you're here about anti-Semitism. I know it's not about the charitable sector directly, but the rise in anti-Semitism is a very serious problem. I was alarmed to see recently the Tel Aviv University released a report actually linking part of the spike in anti-Semitism to COVID, harboring back to the old anti-Semitic tropes of blood libels and those types of things. And I'm just wondering, from that perspective, what would your organization recommend in terms of dealing with things like online hate and offline violence?
So I think that some of the usual suspects have turned back to those historical tropes about Jews, but we should also note that Chinese and generally Asians have been the target of similar similar attacks. But Your reference to online hate is one that I think really represents a ripe opportunity for us to exponentially increase our action against. Everybody has heard about Zoom bombing, just one manifestation of using technology in order to attack, disrupt, harass, or otherwise undermine a sense of community and society. I know that increasingly, and largely as a result of the work that you've done in Parliament, in the studies that you undertook in the last Parliament about online hate, and the determination to go forward with that. A lot of the social media companies, giants really, in the sector, have been stepping up in terms of partnering with community organizations to get a handle on it, to develop strategies to combat it. We cannot relent on it. I think that there's a need for us to increase our vigilance, to get measures with teeth in terms of disincentives for people to flirt with online hate. And we have to have a level of vigilance that ensures that it doesn't become the repository or the seedbed for new levels.
Thank you, Mr. Fogel. I see I'm getting a signal from the chair. I don't mean to interrupt, but perhaps we'll be able to circle back later.
Yeah, thank you both. It was important information, just the same. I don't want to run out of time. Turning to Ms. Kotrakis first, and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for appearing before the Finance Committee this afternoon and for your very thoughtful and informative testimonies. I will ask my first question to Ms. Seal, the Canadian Cancer Society. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, you endorse a letter from Imagine Canada calling for the establishment of an $8 billion emergency stabilization fund for the charitable and nonprofit sector. Can you please outline some areas this funding would address, specific to areas that are not covered by the $350 million Emergency Community Support Fund?
Sure. Thank you for the question. The details of the Emergency Support Fund haven't been fully released yet, so it is hard to comment on exactly how those will address the needs of the sector. I know for health charities like ours, the impacts that we feel are across all parts of what we do. For example, we're the largest investor in cancer research after the federal government, and as we have to cut research budgets, we'll be granting less to Canada's research community at universities and hospitals where they're doing cancer research that is saving lives, improving survival rates. And in addition to research, we'll be cutting back on support services that very often are addressing the needs of the most vulnerable Canadians. So, for example, people who have difficulty accessing their treatments because they live in remote communities, or they have economic disadvantages. And so they look to nonprofit organizations to help them access the basic healthcare that we all need. And we'll also be reducing our advocacy work. So we do a lot of work in partnership with government very often on things like currently e-cigarettes and vaping and tobacco that ultimately protects the health of Canadians and has a very wide-ranging impact on people's health and ultimately on the strain on our healthcare system. So all of these are, for example, those are examples for the Canadian Cancer Society, but the full spectrum of what charitable organizations to contribute is almost too great to describe. The impact that we all benefit from the charitable sector in different ways in our lives.
Yes,
and
I see Mr. Roth shaking his head. I should have said if anybody else wants to come in, just add a quick supplementary. Go ahead. I expect you're just in full agreement, Doug.
Absolutely. I mean, it's well, we commend the programs that have been announced today. To Andrea's point, the breadth and depth of programs. we have a lot of similarities at Heart and Stroke to Canadian Cancer, second largest funder after the government in heart disease and stroke, plethora of public education and awareness programs. I mean, we're seeing cutbacks across the board that we never dreamed of. And it's good to have impacts both today, what Andrea and I are saying, but it's equally scary as we look to the months and years ahead. And we look out to the horizon of the cascading impacts that reduced investments for a prolonged period of time, whether it's interrupting research, whether it's interrupting the level of care. We're starting to get very worried about what's on the horizon. So,
Annie?
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the National Airlines Council of Canada. Mr. McNanny, you have stated that other countries have provided direct financial aid to their own airlines, which is important to ensure their ability to survive and recover. What would a direct financial support program for your members look like, and how could it be structured while maintaining your members' jobs, similarly to what the CEWS is doing now?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. In terms of the tools that the federal government has at its disposal, we are not proposing one set approach to how the government deals with this. At a top level, basically we have two issues. At a top level, as I said in my opening comments, we would like the government to come forth with the approach it plans to take. It has referenced it a few times now in public over the past month. And then related to that, the biggest issue, and if you look at the stats that I was referencing in the opening comments with the 90% of capacity out of the market, what you were looking at is liquidity challenges for across the sector. So we are asking the government that in its approach, it's coming forth with means that we can address and provide some form of cash bridge for companies to utilize. And then related to that, we're hoping that it'll be an approach that companies at different stages and different challenges will be able to utilize. So we're not trying to push the government to a one-size-fits-all approach. They've got a variety of tools that they can use, and then ultimately to stabilize the sector, so we can actually start then to plan for the activities that we're going to have to take to drive the economic recovery.
Thank you.
Very quick, Annie.
So very quick question to Mr. Fogel. As this pandemic has shown us, the seniors are by far the most vulnerable group that have been impacted by COVID. Although the federal government has already taken measures to support Canadian seniors, and given your current reality, what else can the government of Canada do to further support our seniors? What are you hearing out there? What are the seniors really looking for?
So I think that a lot of attention has been directed towards seniors' residences, institutions, and for obviously very good and compelling reason. But it may come a little bit at the expense of the isolation and vulnerability that seniors are experiencing in their own homes. They're now removed from many of the supports that they typically have, including children who have a more difficult challenge of reaching out to them and providing those kind of normal supports they would. And the sense of vulnerability that seniors are feeling, as well as the reduced care that they're getting, whether it's personal care or medical care, access to just the typical needs of life, shopping and so forth, has increased the level of stress significantly. And certainly within our community, and I think it's replicated in every community in Canada, that has had consequences as well. So we have seen a surge in the need for psychological counseling. There are many groups within the community, and again, I know that it's echoed in so many different ones across the country, of outreach programs to seniors, volunteer-driven telephoning, visitation of some sort or another. All of these things have to come into play. So sometimes I think it's important for us to recall that it's not just about money. It's about creating platforms and vehicles for people to do what they're motivated to do, but they don't necessarily know how to navigate towards doing. So even some of the educational programs, the instructional things, the direction that would be provided either within faith-based and religious communities, or at the municipal level, or even at the provincial and federal levels, bearing in mind the need to help Canadians understand where they can play a role, where they can make a contribution, is also, I think, an important consideration in the overall strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Fogel. Thank you, Annie. Turning to Mr. St. Marie and then on to Mr. Jolien. Gabriel?
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say hi to all the participants and thank them for their presence. Their speeches were very instructive. First, Mr. McNanny, my first question would have been the one that my colleague Annie has asked. Do you have a specific plan, or what would a specific plan for you look like? Thank you for the answer. In the United States, a plan was announced for airlines, $25 billion US dollars. In France, it was 7 billion euros for Air France. Do you expect a specific plan that would be of the same order given the volume of business that your members have?
Thank you for the question. In terms of what we would expect, I must say it's very hard for me to answer the question. What has been transpiring over the past several weeks is carriers have been making the government aware of the challenges that they are facing. That information is presented. The government then takes that information away, and we are now waiting for what their response will be. I can't speculate on what approach the government might ultimately take, but you are referencing a number of examples in other jurisdictions how they have approached the issue. I am assuming that the government is looking at how all these countries, our trading partners, have actually reacted. There's been other different countries have taken different approaches, whether it's some form of liquidity, whether it's loans, or whether it's some form of grants, or whether it's actually lowering taxes and fees in the industry as a means to generate more flying and support as we try and get out of the crisis. I've also been thinking that an announcement was coming at any point over the past 3 weeks, so my predictions, I'm afraid, as to where this goes are not the best. But we are certainly hoping that the government recognizes the severity of the crisis the industry is facing and will bring forth a package that's commensurate with that crisis.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. On the same topic, if we look at what the United States and Europe have done, generally, specific aid plans are conditional. For instance, in the United States, airlines have had to refund people whose trips have been cancelled. In France, purchase of new aircraft will have to be greener aircraft. So do you expect an assistance plan to be with conditions, for instance, that the maintenance of the aircrafts be done in Canada? If you consider the air and space industry, construction has stopped, a lot of people are out of work. If at least airlines could recruit those people to do the maintenance on the aircrafts, it would be good. There could also be conditions that have to do with the environment, that new aircrafts be less carbon intensive. So if there were conditions, would you be open to them? Thank you.
Thank you. And you did a good job there of covering off the variety of approaches that are occurring. I am very hesitant to guess what the government's approach will be, and therefore what conditions, in terms and conditions, may attach to it. We simply do not know what that approach is going to be, the scope and scale of that approach. So on the conditions, I would simply say that I'm just not in a position to speculate on which way the government may or may not move. Now, overall, what a number of those conditions we're talking about and what's behind them is absolutely taking every measure possible to ensure that as we are ramping this industry back up, the 60,000 direct employees across the airlines, as we're ramping this industry back up, every measure is being taken to bring those people back to work and to expand operations. And that is absolutely the basis of the engagement with the government. At the end of the day, this is about getting the industry back as safely and as operationally as we can to where we were before the pandemic started. And by definition, then absolutely support as much economic growth and development as we possibly can.
Thank you. We'll have to go on to Mr. Julian, and then we'll start the next round with Mr. Cooper and McLeod. Julian? Mr. Peter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all our witnesses for being here today. We hope that your families are safe and healthy. I'm very pleased to see you here today, National Chief Bertrand. It has been long overdue that you are here. We have had Indigenous leaders come forward to the Finance Committee, and they've also testified at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, concerned about the lack of supports for Indigenous communities. And certainly we should have learned the lessons from the past when Indigenous communities received little more than body bags to deal with pandemics. We're facing a similar situation here. You've pointed out that on average, Indigenous peoples living in urban areas will have about $15 worth of funding. And that contrasts vividly and starkly with the supports that have been given in liquidity for some of the country's most profitable and biggest banks, about $20 billion on average. An Indigenous person living in an urban area, $15 on average. Some of Canada's biggest banks, $20 billion in liquidity on average. I mean, the contrast is vivid. What is the price of us not providing supports for Indigenous peoples who live in urban areas across the country? And what are the kinds of things that the government should be doing to provide support for Indigenous people living in those urban areas?
Thank you, Mr. Julian, for your question. The amount of resources that were allocated for the off reserve for this pandemic was excuse the expression, but it was a slap in the face. When we convened our PTOs to tell them that for across Canada, CAP had received only $250,000, and if you divide that by 10 PTOs, $25,000 per PTO. Some of the chiefs were so insulted. One of the presidents said to me, she says, the federal government is asking me to choose which child or which elder that we are going to help and not help the other. I mean, all we are saying is that, the whether they be off reserve or on reserve, let's get equal help for everyone because they all need the same help. But because of this funding, I forget what the expression is, the distinction-based approach. Some Indigenous people are more well taken care of than the rest who are on reserve, off reserve, and that should not be, Mr. Julian. I mean, we're all Indigenous people, and we're all Canadians. We should all get the same help from this government.
Thank you very much, National Chief Bertrand. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your comments. I'm going to direct a question to Mr. Littler. Mr. Littler, in the past, we've had discussions around the cost to retail businesses of credit card fees and banking fees. Canada doesn't provide the kind of cap that other countries do, particularly in light of the importance of retail workers and the retail businesses across the country, getting us through this pandemic, but also in the crucial recovery period afterwards. How important is it that the government actually exercise its tools under the Bank Act so that these excessive banking fees, credit card fees, are brought within reason, like other countries have done, to help provide that support? And could you also comment on the importance of having the federal government broaden the criteria around the wage subsidy for retail businesses across the country so they can access this support?
So let's talk first then about the credit card fees. So it is a challenge, and it's become a particular challenge in this environment. And the reasons for that you'll probably intuit. One is that people are tending to use cards more than they are cash. They're tending to use tap. And although we appreciate the fact that the credit card companies raised their tap limits to $250 from $100, and Interac was unable to do that, the net effect of that is that the costs are going up significantly because credit is more costly to accept by far than debit. So while that has helped in the public health environment with contactless payment, it has also meant that the average cost of a transaction has gone up significantly. The second issue is, of course, that there's a great deal of more online ordering relative to bricks and mortar, and credit. There's no cash at all in online, as you will know. Debit is not particularly well set up for online. It is present, but it's relatively anemic in that space compared to its almost ubiquitous use in a bricks and mortar, or at least the ability to use it in bricks and mortar. So in consequence, you've got the tap limits are higher. If you're buying groceries for a family, $100 doesn't go very far. Obviously, a $250 limit will impel people to be more likely to choose credit. For all of those reasons, we anticipate our costs spiking during this period. And a number of grocers in particular pointed that out. And the net effect of that is, frankly, higher grocery prices for Canadians. It's a simple issue that it's an input cost. So certainly on that side, we are concerned about it. We feel that the voluntary commitments have, frankly, run their useful course for a variety of reasons, some of which are unrelated to COVID-19. But yeah, no question that it's a big issue. I mean, it's not the issue that rent is as a challenge, because for many retailers, they're not putting many transactions through at all, but it's certainly a significant issue for us.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Thank you all. We'll go to the second round, which will be 5-minute rounds. First, Mr. Cooper, and then Mr. McLeod. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper. Mike.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to direct my questions to Mr. Fogel, Mr. Roth, and Ms. Seal about another policy proposal that I think would help the not-for-profit sector and charities, which play such a vital role in across Canada, and are all the more important during this time of need. But before I do, I just want to ask Ms. Seal, Mr. Fogel, and Mr. Roth both suggested that increasing the charitable tax credit so that those who can give, it would provide an incentive for them to give. I presume you would also agree with that proposal?
Yes, definitely would agree with that proposal. I would say it's a difficult one for as a leader of a charity to see see clearly how it would assist with the current situation. I'm sure it would increase giving, and I think increasing incentives for giving is a great idea. But it's going to be hard to predict what the impact will be for charities to be able to plan or count on that for the future. It's a difficult incentive to quantify.
Okay, thank you for that. You would agree, therefore, that it would not be unhelpful and probably helpful.
Yes, okay. Absolutely.
That's a fair characterization. Well, thank you. I'd just like all of Mr. Roth, Mr. Fogel, or Ms. Seal, whoever wishes to weigh in, if all three do, go ahead. But also perhaps eliminating or removing the capital gains tax on charitable donations of private company shares and real estate. This is something that would be consistent with the tax rules in the United States. I saw somewhere that approximately 20% of gifts of appreciated capital property in the U.S. come in the form of private company shares and real estate. It's something that has been talked about in Canada for some time, but has never been acted on. Is that something that you think would be helpful?
Yeah, I can start by saying yes, absolutely, we would. I think when the changes were made to remove the limits for stocks, there was a real boost seen in the stock donations to charity that have been incredibly helpful through the years. And so yes, definitely would be supportive of that measure.
So would we. Absolutely, it's something that I think Imagine Canada has also spoken about, and I've seen some estimates where this could lead to as much as a $200 million increase in donations. So we'd be, very supportive. Similar.
Well, very good. And Mr. Roth, staying with you, you talked a little bit about the government's commercial rental assistance program and the fact that it provides a fairly steep 70% revenue drop. That's a challenge for small businesses. It means effectively only those small businesses that have shut their doors stand to benefit. Those that have stayed open but have seen drastic decreases won't. In terms of looking at the not-for-profit sector, do you have any suggestions on how that could be improved to make more not-for-profits eligible for what you pointed out could be is vital at this time for many?
I mean, I think looking at it similarly to the work that was done to negotiate the wage subsidy process. And I think there was a lot of good deliberation around, how quickly that drop happens, how it's measured year over year, the different types of revenue sources that nonprofits have, and how that was calculated. And I know there was a lot of good dialogue back and forth. And I think we're able to work through a lot of the issues that the sector faces. So, I mean, if that sort of dialogue could happen, I think that's what we'd love to see. Because we'd be very supportive of that program if it could be more accessible.
Okay, how much time do I have, Chair?
1 minute.
1 minute. Well, I know you had, Mr. Roth, indicated that for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, that the wage subsidy has worked, or in terms of keeping employees on. But Mr. Fogel noted that it's been a challenge for others. What do you take of his proposal of weighing or averaging revenues over a 12-month period, having regard more broadly to the not-for-profit sector? And I think the very obvious point that for many organizations, their revenues can drastically fluctuate from month to month depending on campaigns that they undertake for fundraising purposes, but really distort that.
If you're asking me, I think anything that gives a broader view to assess the level of drop and more time, it would be beneficial. It's absolutely, charities are very different. I mean, and I think the government's just looking to accurately assess that level of magnitude. But if someone has good months or bad months, but overall they're going to take the hit, it would be ideal if that could be factored out. So I think if something like that could be considered, it would make sense.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all on that round. I assume, Michael, you were talking about one of those proposals on charitable donations was the kind of Don Johnson proposal who has been before the Finance Committee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLeod, and then on to Mr. Cumming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all that took the time to present today. I wanted to put my question to Robert Bertrand from CAP. I used to be a member of CAP way back when I was the president of our Métis Council. So I certainly can share the concerns that the Government of Canada needs to ensure that Indigenous supports are inclusive of all Indigenous populations. Too often the programs, the federal programs, are inaccessible to many of the communities, especially in my riding, and they don't seem to be able to access the money that are allocated to the NIOs, the National Indigenous Organizations. Money going to AFN or Métis Nation does not come to the Northwest Territories. So I was very glad to see the Indigenous Community Support Fund flow to the Northwest Territories. It's been a long time since I've seen so many people out on the land. We have people fishing, we have people hunting, camping, tanning moose hides. They're opening up cabins that haven't been used for years. People are going back to their traditional family hunting areas. It's really good to see. And it's the first time we've been included. But having said that, the money that went to Dene Nation in Northwest Territories and the money that went to Inuvialuit flowed directly. And the Métis had to go a different route. They had to apply through the urban and off reserve stream. And the money they got was certainly not on par with what the other Indigenous governments got. So I wanted to ask you if you could speak on the importance of inclusive federal Indigenous programming design, and specifically if you think distinct urban, rural, and northern streams for these programs should be adopted. My first question.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLeod, for your question, and I'm very happy to see that your people were able to participate in the programs, and I think we have concrete evidence by what you have just said of why it's important that all groups be included. It is very maddening when you see certain groups benefit, if you will, from the federal government's largesse, while other people, if in my opening remarks, the distinction-based approach that is used by the federal government benefits roughly about 500,000, when we know, according to their own stats, their own numbers by StatsCan, that over 1 million, I believe 1.5 million people are now living off reserve. What we are saying is, what's good for the goose should also be good for the gander. Whatever, there should be no distinctions between Indigenous people. Everybody should be considered equal, whether you're on reserve or off reserve or up north or down south. We know that there's a lot of northern Indigenous people that live down south. Everybody should be treated the same. Everybody should be treated the same, and that's why we are meeting with all these groups to try and get the government to change its mind, Mr. McLeod.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one more question for National Airlines Council of Canada. I've been hearing a lot from the airlines in my riding up in the north. Our carriers, for us, are the lifeline of our flying communities. There are ambulances. They're the ones that bring the groceries. They're essential for the health and safety of our people and of our economy. Last month, the government provided the 3 territories with $17.3 million in support for the northern carriers, which is a very good first step, but we know we're going to need more. And I know that those carriers are not members of your council, but at the same time, many Northerners also depend on your airlines while traveling to Southern Canada. So could you speak a little bit on how your member operations in Northern Canada have been impacted by COVID-19, and if you have any recommendations specific to these operations?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I'm cognizant of the time available, Mr. Chair, so I will try and be brief. The impact has been unprecedented. I know that's an adjective that has been used a heck of a lot over the past several weeks, but it has been unprecedented. When you see the capacity that has been brought down and you see the service that has been cut, and I know there's a number of communities that have lost a great deal of their service. And the points you're making are absolutely correct in terms of aviation, particularly in the north, being essential and lifeblood for the community. I think overall, I think the industry, whether it's large operators or small operators, and the carriers you mentioned are not my members, so I'm going to be very careful not to appear to speak on their behalf, obviously. But I think the overall approach that the industry is taking, which is trying to make very clear to the government the unprecedented nature of what has happened, the incredible capital-intensive business we are in, and the challenges we are going to face to try and actually get back up to service. I think we need to continue to do that. And further to some of the earlier questions I had in this committee, our expectation, our hope, is that the package and the approach that the government announces is going to address the needs of all carriers, regardless of size, and that there'll be a means in terms of the specific challenges that any operator will face, that it's able to actually get stabilized and continue to play the role it has to play, whether it's northern carriers or carriers that are outside my group, my association, or others. So I think we simply have to continue to do that. And then once we actually get stabilized, there's going to be a heck of a lot of activity that's going to be required to restart the sector with so many aircraft parked on the ground and the fleets, 90% of the fleet actually shut down. There's going to be an awful lot of activity that's going to have to occur amongst air carriers of all sizes, with government agencies, and with our airport partners.
Okay, thank you all for that. We'll turn to Mr. Cummings, and then Mr. Cumming, and then on to Mr. Fragaskatis. James, 5 minutes.
Great. I'll start with Mr. Davis, and thank you to all the witnesses for coming out today. Mr. Davis, I want to talk to you a little bit about the complexity of the tax system and tax returns. It was complex before, and with your small business clients, with the TOSI rules, with passive income rules, with all the different things that were added, and now we have a variety of different programs that people are utilizing during this COVID crisis. What's your thoughts on how complex is it going to be for your organization to help steer people through those compliance issues?
Thanks very much for the question. It's a great question, and I will say that I think all of us, to varying extents, who deal in the tax business or affiliates of the tax business, are getting a lot of information thrown at us very quickly. Government is making decisions on almost a daily basis and adjusting various programs accordingly. And so it certainly has been a challenge to get information in a concise and quick manner to all of our clients, whether they're small businesses or individual tax filers as well. That said, I would say that the government should be applauded for showing some degree of flexibility when it comes to how businesses and individuals are applying for programs or seeking some type of relief when applying. I have noticed that the government has certainly not necessarily just stuck to the written criteria, and they have shown some instances of flexibility. And so I think if we can continue to operate in that type of flexible environment, at least for the short term, until we can start to get a little bit more progress in getting past this crisis, then I think we should be in pretty good shape in the coming months.
Do you think we'll get to a point where we can lessen the complexity? And this may go against your business model, but for particularly students, seniors, where they've effectively their taxes are filed for them, much like the UK model, and that allows your business to focus on those more complex returns. Are we getting close, or should Canada be headed in that direction?
Well, what we have here in Canada, as you know, is what's called a voluntary compliance system, and so the onus is on the taxpayer to declare to the government what their income is, and to in making that declaration, it's the government's role to then conduct audits and do enforcement as it deems necessary. And so it's a good system. Like any system, though, it's not perfect, and there's always opportunities to improve. When it comes to the level of tax complexity, it's a difficult question to answer on the surface, because in some instances, complexity is not necessarily a bad thing. What that typically means is that there are more benefits and deductions available to Canadian taxpayers to claim. That said, there has to be a balance where those segments you identified, students, seniors, lower income Canadians also have the ability to file with some measure of ease versus those individuals with more complex tax situations. So I think it's an ongoing discussion between the industry, between taxpayers and the government to make sure that we continue to have an appropriate balance in place.
Okay, thank you. And I want to move to Mr. Littler. You mentioned the potential of a loan program directed towards the retail sector. And it strikes me that the retail sector, a lot of us talk about the labor component, about the wage subsidy, and which is a variable cost. They'll bring on people as their revenues go up, they'll start to bring their people back in. But you make a valid argument that they have significant fixed asset costs, inventory costs, leasing costs. Can you give us some idea how you would apply a loan program? Like, would it be on the basis of revenue, on the basis of fixed costs? Like, how? It would be a difficult thing to administer, but I certainly understand where the problem is.
So there are obviously going to have to be parameters. I mean, we have a bunch of entities that are operating at closer to full capacity. So one of the tests, I think, as with the other program, would be a revenue drop threshold. Obviously, you're going to have a situation where that threshold is going to be at a higher level with respect to grants that are coming in than necessarily with a loan program. Our sense, therefore, is that the primary qualification would be revenue loss. What we don't believe it should be related to is enterprise size in a traditional sense, because essentially everybody is affected in like condition. There are also retailers who do own real property, and in those events, they may be able to actually securitize those assets in the way that rental tenants are not able to. I think the difference with respect to the CECRA is we've seen this as involving some assumption of risk and haircut by the landlords, but with the bulk of rent obviously still being borne by the tenants, notwithstanding that many of them can't operate their physical facilities. And unlike a situation where what is in effect a grant under the CECRA, it's a forgivable loan, goes to the landlord. In this case, our assumption is that it would be debt to the tenant. And our point is that it should be manageable debt, because the challenges of trying to securitize what is in essence, frozen inventory is extremely difficult. And so the cost of capital in that environment, even presuming that it's available, is going to be so high that it's going to be very, very difficult for entities to emerge. So our view would be that the benefit that government can bring to this space is its lower cost of borrowing, and that it also has the capacity to calibrate the repayment to the recovery period. It's assumed that everybody who's going to be viable is going to pay every cent back. But to try and get that in the commercial markets, it's just not plausible for most retailers at this point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all. On that round, we'll turn to, we'll go to Mr. Fragascadas, and then we'll go to single questions for as far as we can, starting with Mr. Brunel de Sepp. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for their excellent presentations. I'm particularly interested in the place and position of not-for-profit organizations and charities, not just now, but as we address the crisis at hand in the recovery that will eventually take place. I'll start with Mr. Roth, and I know, Mr. Roth, you can't speak for the sector at large, but from your point of view, what are a couple of things that are really crucial going forward that the federal government can keep in mind as it puts in place a strategy of recovery? Where can not-for-profits fit in, and what are the best ways to help the sector? Because I really believe that charities and not-for-profits have not just a role to play, but a fundamental role to play. We heard from Imagine Canada last week. Bruce McDonald put it quite well when he said that not-for-profits and charities, because of the specialized jobs that they do, they're much better positioned to carry out vital services in a more efficient and effective way than government. So what is the role of not-for-profit and charity sectors going forward in the recovery when it comes to COVID-19?
I mean, a few thoughts, and Andrea may want to add on, is that, as I mentioned earlier, we're very concerned about not just the short term, but the medium term and long term, and what this recovery, as you're saying, looks like. And I mean, there's a number of areas I think nonprofits can help. One, and maybe it's not the first one that comes to mind, but is around research. Is I think something like COVID shines a light on how important science is and research, and help us to both better understand this and the issues that are. A lot of our organizations are very volunteer driven, but that takes resources to drive and to be able to support patients who are in different situations, how the infrastructure, as it's getting cut back, all of a sudden that could get destroyed. And the ramifications of that, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, could be devastating. So, this may not be exactly on point, but I think charities are very interested in pivoting. And I know at Heart and Stroke and at Cancer and others, really looking to, we're not trying to stay the way we are. We're trying to change and leverage technology and be able to adapt to what the world will look like. But when you can't make your rent, you can't pay your staff, you can't fund your research, it really hamstrings every facet. So we want to be part of the solution, but it's just you're in crisis, and all strings are kind of pulled apart against you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roth. I want to put the same question to Ms. Seal and Mr. Fogel, but I'll go to Ms. Seal first. Andrea, any thoughts on exactly that point, the role that not-for-profits and charities can play in the recovery? And perhaps I was unfair to Mr. Roth. The question was quite general. If you could focus it on maybe from a healthcare lens, seeing as though Mr. Roth is with Heart and Stroke and you're with the Cancer Society, could you tell us the role that not-for-profits and charities could play in the recovery, and specifically when it comes to helping people in their health?
Yeah, well, we're seeing, one of the things that we're seeing is that as we start to get to hopefully what's the other side of the most acute crisis of the pandemic, that the impact on the healthcare system is going to continue to be with us for quite a long time. The backlog, the surge of people coming into the system is going to be high at first, and then the backlog to work through is going to take many months, is what we're seeing. So the extra needs that people have from a healthcare point of view, and the extra support that health charities give, I think are going to be with us for as long as it takes for the healthcare system to recover. And just to maybe add on to what Doug said previously, we're seeing this as having a very long-term impact because not only because of the impact to the economy in the sort of general sense that people will have less to give, but also because social distancing has such a dramatic impact on our fundraising. And so the events, the volunteers, the different kinds of grassroots efforts that happen, we have to assume that those are going to be impacted for as long as there is social distancing. And so the timeline, as we talk about how social distancing is going to be with us for a long time, and there may be resurgence of COVID and then new measures put in place again. This is what creates the real uncertainty for the charitable sector, to really not be able to predict how long do we have to prepare for lower donations. And this is why then we have to make pretty dramatic decisions right away to try to make sure that we survive, because charities generally don't have reserves to fall back on, don't take out loans to cover downturns. It's just not possible for us to operate that way.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry.
We are going to end it there, Peter. You're a little
over.
No apologies needed. We'll turn to Mr. Brunel Duceppe first, then Mr. Julian, then Mr. Morantz, and Mr. Savara to wrap it up. Alexis?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank all our witnesses who appeared today and made their presentations. Mr. Littler from the Retail Council, there are a lot of people in my riding who operate small businesses. They've contacted me that the credit card charges that they have to bear are very high. And now with this situation of COVID-19, it's more and more that you see the use of credit cards, but the charges that are imposed by the credit card companies are very high. In Australia and elsewhere, it's much lower, 0.3%. For the people that you represent, wouldn't it be better to have a lower rate? What could be done?
over a number of parliaments. The situation in Canada is that the rates have come down slightly from what were on average about 1.64% back before 2015. They came down to 1.5. They're supposed to go to 1.4 right about now, actually, but because of programming issues and other issues, that is going to be captured at the end of the year. But the reality is they're still 4 or 5 times what they are in Europe, and of course the volumes of credit cards are going up massively because they're eating a bigger and bigger share of the wallet, especially in the COVID-19 situation. So frankly, the reductions that we have received have been basically speed bumps only in what has been a growth trajectory for the credit card companies. And obviously that cost gets passed on to consumers. So in some respects, you've got a reverse Robin Hood problem where people are cross-subsidizing the rewards for people who have high value credit cards.
Oui, puis ça mange aussi les profits. Ça mange vraiment les profits. C'est fini.
We'll have to end it there. On to Mr. Julian, just one question apiece for this last round. Mr. Julian?
Thank you, and thanks to all the witnesses today. My last question will be to National Chief Bertrand. You've raised a very, very, very compelling arguments today about the level of support that is required to make sure that Indigenous people across the country, urban or living on reserve, have the ability to withstand this pandemic. Do you believe that you are being heard? Is there a sense that there is movement from the government to provide the supports that are needed?
Mr. Julian, I would like to thank you so much for your question. And to answer it as honestly as I could, I deeply feel that CAP is not listened to. We have been trying to, we've talked to CERNA, we've talked to ISK. I've had I don't know how many letters into the Prime Minister's office for a meeting with him, and the people who answer his letters say, unfortunately, he is too busy to meet with you, and it's very, very discouraging that the answers we are receiving. But I'm not usually the type of person that will take no for an answer. We will keep on knocking on doors. We will keep on trying to meet with all the concerned ministers, because the people, the Indigenous constituents, our communities, the people rely on us. And I can assure you, Mr. Julian, that we, myself, the board of directors, and all our reps will not let these people down. We will continue knocking on doors. We will get what's rightfully should be coming to our people, and we will not stop till we get the job done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both, Mr. Morantz and Mr. Mr. Sabera will wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McNaney, National Airlines, just want to ask you a question. I've been hearing consistently from constituents for really since the crisis started, who had purchased airline tickets and then had to go and cancel them because of government travel restrictions. It's become a bit of a thorn in the side of many constituents who have been laid off and paid money for their tickets. I realize it's a complicated issue. There's a number of different fare categories, some refundable, some not. But under these circumstances, why not do what the Americans did and refund these tickets to people who really were not available or able, to take their flights in the first place?
No, thank you for the question. And I fully understand the difficulty that everyone is experiencing here as a result of the pandemic and what it's been doing for flights. The use of the vouchers is driven by the pandemic. We would not be following this approach if it were not for the economic chaos it is basically created. The Canada Transportation Agency did issue guidance that, given the extraordinary circumstances, the use of vouchers was deemed to be acceptable. Our members are continuing to follow that guidance. You are also seeing other countries now, in particular in the EU, that are now also starting to take the same approach. Given where we currently sit right now in this crisis, and given where we currently sit overall in terms of the economy and the industry, for us right now, I'm afraid the only real approach for us is to continue to use the vouchers in keeping with the CTA's guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Francesco Sabera. To wrap it up, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a number of great presentations today. So thank you from everyone. A quick question to Peter. Peter, you and I were downtown in downtown Toronto a few weeks ago for the start of tax filing season, and we know how important it is for Canadians to file taxes so they can get their benefits and credits that they deserve and they've worked hard for. One of the big things that that we did at the Canada Revenue Agency was the electronic signature. Just how beneficial is that for both the individuals and groups like yourselves at H&R Block and for tax filers as we're in this very unique and extraordinary period of time?
Thank you, Francesco. Good to hear from you, and excellent question. I would say that the electronic signature piece has been a game changer for the industry. It's really given us the ability to take the work that a tax preparer does and have it done all potentially virtually. Whereas before, by legislation, individuals had to come back to their preparer to actually provide what's called a wet signature on a paper form. And so it has certainly made things a lot easier in our world and a lot easier for Canadians, especially in the context of social distancing and staying at home. And so it is our hope that that temporary measure that's been put in place for this tax season will be extended indefinitely, as it really has provided us just further reach to assisting Canadians to file.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you both for that, and I do want to thank all the witnesses for their presentations. Andrea, with your organization there, I was just wondering, how did you manage to keep Kelly so quiet all this time? She used to be across the hall from me in one of the parliamentary buildings. She wasn't always that quiet. Anyway, I do sincerely want to thank everyone for their responses to our questions today and for appearing on this somewhat difficult platform by times. But I can tell you that the advice, the answers drawn out by members of all parties across many platforms is been listened to. I think you can see changes in government policy as the programs continually roll out and be improved. So this is an important part of the process for members of parliaments from all parties and for the government to act upon. So I want to sincerely thank everyone for their responses today. I do want to give one other special thank you, and that is to the interpreters. I understand that there's so many committee meetings this way now. We're meeting with 2 4-hour sessions a week. And it is difficult when people don't use headsets, and I know they're finding that fairly stressful in the interpretation booths. So I want to give a special thank you to those folks that and the technology and that help organize this as well. With that, for committee members, we will meet again on Thursday. And thank you to all. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.